YouTube. Not yet. Are we live on Twitch? I think we're just getting there. YouTube is trying to connect. Alright, I think we're live on YouTube. Not yet in the player. We are live on Twitch. Which always happens a little bit quicker than YouTube. If I refresh this now, will it work? Yes. And welcome to the stream. I should be able to post this now, and it should get into both chats. Let's make sure that actually happened. Yes, and yes. Okay, dokie. So today, last stream, we created something I call endless puzzles. Except we didn't quite create it. We just sort of messed around a little bit. And I have a pretty good idea of what it is in terms of technology, but I'm a little bit struggling to find the exact identity in terms of the product, of what it actually is facing the user. And by product, I don't mean something I'm going to sell. I just mean, you know, what it is in terms of what does it do for you if you want to play endless puzzles, right? Now, a quick review before we dive into the main tasks. So what we did last time is we just came up sort of with a quick way of showing a gallery of some sort. And what I've done since during this week, I've decided to actually integrate it with the main app because it makes a lot of things easier. In large part because to do this well, I feel there's a bunch of things I need that require the full app to run. So for example, for generating thumbnails, I can use the API to generate thumbnails, but for example, it won't have the progress of the puzzle, which is something the mobile app does, right? And on top of that, I want to be able to automatically update this. This is supposed to be super easy to use and just work magically, and the user shouldn't have to do anything. So I want to be able to know if a puzzle was solved, for example, right? So I'm currently working, and there's no button for it or something. I'm just loading it up from the console. But I can display a full UI on top of the player. Now, to generate these thumbnails, it actually hijacks the player. So it basically loads each of these puzzles into the player in turn, and that's why they take a while to load. But the advantage is we get the full replay, so we get the final state of the puzzle, and we can check if the puzzle is actually solved, right? We can use the checker and so on. So there's a couple of things mechanically that need to be done now, such as restoring the, like, if a user opens endless puzzles, however that happens, I don't know if it'll be a button or if it'll be a special URL or something, right? If the player returns, they want to have their puzzle on, not the last one that happens to have its thumbnail loaded, right? So for example, if we go to just a blank puzzle, Sudoku compact format, SCF, not SFC. And if I open it here, if I cancel this quote-unquote dialogue, it's a dialogue, I just styled it so it covers everything. If I cancel this now, we are actually not showing the original puzzle. We're showing the last one we generated the thumbnail. So there's a couple of technical things we need to sort out. But before going to this, I want to figure out exactly how this functions. And we have a couple of points here that were a bit rough. So I'm going to kind of... Yeah, the main points we already had down. So the idea was it shouldn't require any server-side support. So no user accounts, no stored data. And the idea is that basically we have a sequence of puzzles. So every puzzle just has an ID of the next puzzle included in it. So we have a list of puzzles basically, but not like here's 1,000 puzzles. No, here's a puzzle and here's the next one. And then when you want to see the next one, you get that puzzle and you get another one, right? So the idea is that nobody can just grab a whole bunch of puzzles in one fell swoop and do something horrible to my server. They could, but they'd have to get them one at a time. And if that's ever a problem, I can more easily protect against that. And then the idea is as you solve puzzles, you just record the ID locally. So on your browser, it'll just have a list of IDs. And if you've solved 100 puzzles, it'll be 100 of these IDs. So it'll be like 2 kilobytes of IDs or whatever. And it shouldn't take up too much space and too much effort. And it just knows what are the latest IDs or what are the currently unsolved puzzles, and it can show a couple of those, right? And the idea is also that it shows you not just one puzzle, so you have to solve to get the next one. No, you can skip a puzzle, right? So it'll give you like 2 or 3 similar puzzles, and if there's one you don't like, you just dismiss it, and it's basically as if you solved it, and you get the next couple ones, right? But you cannot get like an infinite number. So it'll just show you a couple of choices, and you got to decide what you want to do with it. But the idea is that you can always go back, right? So you'll have some kind of user interface where it shows you, for example, 3 puzzles, but you can also say, show me the ones I've solved, you know, show me the archive, show me the history, right? Or show me the ones I've dismissed, right? And you can maybe go back through those and so on and so forth. So think of it like a gallery, but you only see 3 things at a time. And the idea is that there's more than one such a gallery, right? So initially, I'm just going to pre-fill it with a couple of like basic killer puzzles. I have a list of these. So I'm just going to throw these in there, just computer-generated puzzles, nothing special. And that's kind of the idea. This is supposed to be like a filler. It isn't supposed to replace something like Cracking the Cryptic or handcrafted puzzles. It's more like something to do in between, right? When you don't want to think too much. And for some people, you know, it's the sort of thing that they go to, you know, use certain apps that just generate puzzles. You know, there's plenty of those out there. And there's plenty of people that play puzzles like that. But I don't want to exclude the possibility of custom adding a specific series of puzzles. So somebody might have built handcrafted 50 puzzles, you know. We often get that from Patreon's releases or something. But I'm thinking more of historical stuff. I'm thinking somebody might have done a video series a year ago and forgotten about it, and people forgot about it, and nobody's seeing it anymore. And if they want to, they can publish this here for other people to play that don't know about their YouTube channels or whatever. How exactly that's going to work out in terms of linking back and promoting the original setters and all that, that I need to work out. But probably what I would like to have is that each puzzle can link to the video it was made with and so on and so forth. But from the technical perspective right now, that means all I need to be able to do is handle more than such a sequence, right? And let's call them series or sets, right? Let's call them puzzle sets. So we have puzzle sets. And then each set will basically have a specific start puzzle ID. So we'll have a start ID. So that's the only thing we really need to access a set. So as soon as you have the start ID, that's what you need to publish a set, basically, right? In the future, we might have some additional metadata, you know, like where does the set come from, you know, stats about the set, and so on and so forth. But right now, we're just going to keep it simple. It's just basically a puzzle ID, right? And then it needs to record puzzles we have solved or dismissed. So I don't think we actually care which at this point. So there'll basically just be a list of puzzles not to show, right? And if you want, and then basically when you want to kind of review your archive, we should have a filter by puzzles that were solved and puzzles that weren't solved. And that's either like in that list just a true false flag, or we just literally go into the replay. So if you have that replay in your browser, it knows you've solved the puzzle, right? Or basically we'll have, yeah, let's write this down. So we have an archive of hidden puzzles. And these can be untouched, skipped, I call them, attempted, or solved, right? So they can be untouched, attempted, or solved, right? And if they're attempted, you know, maybe we can have a filter by which ones you want to look at, right? But we also have a series of current puzzles. And I don't know yet if that current puzzle should be always exactly 3, or it could be more or less. I don't know yet. Perhaps exactly 3. So for example, if you're hitting the end of a series, and ideally that wouldn't be, but in the future, if we were publishing, you know, other people's series of puzzles, then you will eventually hit the end of it, right? Even though it's called endless, but it's endless in a greater sense, right? But maybe then instead of hiding all puzzles but one, and then once you finish the last puzzle, it's an empty list, maybe it'll just not hide them anymore, right? We'll think about that. And so what I was thinking is, if I'm looking at this screen, maybe we'll have 3 across, maybe smaller than this, and then a sort of endless scrolling list. But there might be some sort of theoretical limit, like you can have 10 series added at a time, right? So we'll probably need to have we'll need to have features such as add set, right? So what do we call these? Controls. So we have add set, remove set, basically, right? And that's basically just putting in the initial ID, right? And I'll have to think about, maybe there's a hide set, maybe, you know, maybe maybe it doesn't erase the data of puzzles you've solved in the past, how that works. And, you know, it all depends on how much storage we're going to associate with this and so on. Like, I want to keep it as simple as possible. So maybe we don't store the puzzles locally. Maybe we do. Maybe we'll cache some of the thumbnails, because right now, let's say if I reopen this, it needs to rebuild all the thumbnails, right? So maybe we can cache some of those. Maybe we can turn these into internal IDs that we can then rely on the browser to cache for us, things like that, you know? I don't actually know how that would work. Good question. Don't know. I think, because I know that I can create blob URLs, cached blob URLs. I wonder if there's a, cache data in browser. Like, I wonder if there's a way of caching. I know there's certain things I can cache, but how can I make it sort of semi-automatic? Like, I know I can write it into local storage myself. Cache API. The Cache API is designed for storing HTTP response to a specific response. It's very useful for doing things like storing website assets offline. So the sites, yeah. Doesn't have to be user cache and service versus advanced topic. Because that's something I've been thinking about for a long time anyways, for offline mode stuff. But in this case, it's literally storing data that is not critical, right? Yeah, you don't need the thumbnails. I can regenerate them. But maybe I can use some sort of built-in mechanism. So, cached thumbnails. Maybe... let's make a list of topics. Cached thumbnails. Right. Because it's an optional feature, right? And we shouldn't slow down for building it. And if we limit how many we display, I think I can build a pretty robust system to just generate it. It takes about 100 milliseconds per puzzle. It's not a huge deal. It should definitely be cached for the individual session, though. All right. So we have a start ID. We have an archive of individual of hidden puzzles. We have a list of current puzzles. Yeah. And the idea is, since the start ID only has one puzzle in it, it should always load the first 3, right? So the puzzle set, and that might be just globally. So we should just, you know, global constants. We should have load 3 puzzles from set. Load 3. Initially load 3 puzzles from set. Yeah, so this might be something global, right? Just meaning we'll apply that to everything. Just to keep our brains nimble. Adding set, removing set. I might have some sort of default sets. We could have some sort of built-in sets, so there's always some puzzles, so people don't have to have the same problem that they have nothing, you know? So I have these killer puzzles, so they'll initially be like a generated killers kind of default set, right? We'll call them generated killers or whatever, right? But for example, it could be the list of CTC puzzles, you know, or you know, it could be per year, you know, the 2020 CTC puzzles or something like that, right? So each puzzle set will have a start ID, current puzzle, archive of hidden puzzles, and we'll have controls. Let's do per set. Do something like this. Controls. No, the per set is going to be separately, and these will be the globally. And then per set we'll have dismiss or hide puzzle. And I think beyond hide puzzle, and I think maybe we use skip. Because hide implies maybe that it doesn't tell you that it's gonna give you another puzzle in its place, right? So skip, I think, will make that clearer. And one thing I've always, like, one thing I've struggled with is, like, if these three IDs need to be consecutive, because not really. So, like, if I dismiss the first one, its next ID might already be there or might have already been dismissed. So we'll have to see, you know, what is the sort of quote-unquote most recent IDs, but the IDs themselves don't mean anything, so there's no ordering to them. So we'll have to be a little bit inventive of how we're managing that. We have skip puzzles, and then we'll have view archive. And the view archive, I don't know yet exactly how that's going to work. And that's something we're going to figure out today. So today I want to look a little bit visually the UI, and then maybe that'll help us a lot to figure out... Oh, that's the wrong browser window. It'll help us figure out a lot how it should function, you know, because everything it does from a user's perspective is available in the UI somehow, right? And earlier I was looking at a couple of online drawing tools. So there's TL Draw, which is a very simple one. But there's also Figma, and I've heard a lot about it. And since this is a UI that is not necessarily brand new, invented from nothing, I'm wondering if Figma has something that I can use. So for example, these are developer templates, but I think there might be other kinds of templates. Design and prototype, new design file. Let me just see if they have something for like an app UI. No, thanks. Thanks. Let's go back. I want to see the templates. Templates. Swing Steam first project. Can I? First project, favorite, description, copy, remove from favorite, delete. Developer templates. Okay, meetings, planning, brainstorm, developer, user researcher, designer. Brainstorm, user persona, statement, design critique. App, UI. And my music has stopped. Oh, no, I just fiddled with the volume until I couldn't hear it anymore. Let me know, by the way, if there's anything, if the audio is good or if there's any issues or anything like that. Let me see if there's anybody watching on YouTube. Yeah, there's somebody's poking in. So let me know if the audio is all right. So I want to see... I was hoping this was more of a... Because I know there's some basic UI tools, UI design tool. Drag and drop web app builder, maybe something like that. I don't like this. Let's see if that's going to be terrible. Ugh, all these ad thingies. I just click get started. Free. So I don't actually want to have it build the UI for me. Figma, we're already looking at that. All right, I think I was looking at some of these earlier and I thought I had found something useful. I was looking at Sketch, but I think it's just a vector tool. I want something very high level, like that has kind of standard user interface elements and stuff like that. Can I? And ideally something that's online. I don't have to. Let's see, Marvel. UX pin. Can I try it for free? I need to create a work account. They say it so aggressively, like a regular email address isn't good enough. All right, I'm gonna sign into this one just to give it a try. But generally, that kind of, I know why they're doing it, retention and so on and so forth. But that kind of attitude I don't like generally. So, do we have... I want to create a project, prototype, enter project name, endless puzzles. No, we want this to work on mobile. Website, TV, any resolution, fine. Okay. Use example prototype. Yeah, I want something that's getting me... Hey, Big Boss, thanks for letting me know. I want something that gets me sort of started quite early. And the thing is, it's kind of a gallery view, but it's a dynamic gallery, so... what are these the visual prototypes here? Step 1. What is this? I don't know what the play button does. Okay, that's not a good start. It's an image that's loading. I hope it's not just an image. I hope it's not taking this long to load an image. Maybe the ad blocker is interfering here. Let's refresh this. Yeah, it might be a little interfering. Although, it still seems to be struggling. Don't disable cache. Dear God. Alright, it's already 15 megabytes in. Alright, that's not super useful so far. Can we just try this one again? Well, I didn't upload anything. This is you showing me stuff. So if you can't do that, let's get back to Figma and see if there's something we can find. So I want to look at some sort of, you know, these don't look very, Yeah, I think this is kind of high level. All right, let's just start from scratch then. Let's use TL Draw. And we're just going to put some boxes on the screen. And I think the rectangle tool. Yeah, so we have our puzzles, right? And maybe I can I grab this? Nope. Can I? Here we go. If I do this, right? So this would be one row, and then we'll probably have some kind of piece of text above it. Puzzles set A. And that is the worst font. Holy moly. Can I change the font? How do I do that? Oh. Alright. Okay, it's got a couple of options here. Maybe something like this. Right. So I'd like something like this. And then... ideally, if I could keep the user interface for the puzzles on top of the puzzles, kind of with buttons overlaying it, or at least within a square, so in other words, partially overlapping, but we still have a square space, but not like, because in my current, you know, we have this space and it becomes a rectangle. You know what? I'm not very good with a drawing tool. I'm going to try to do it here. So the idea would be that the puzzle itself takes up a slightly smaller space, and we have a square behind it. So let's do that first. So we have the puzzle thumbnail here, and we'll have this. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to initially poke around with this thing. So this would be the whole puzzle space, right? And we'll basically want to make that a square. And this thing is around the image, right? So the image is currently 256 by 256. So we're going to do padding 1 rem. And we'll give it a background color. Like a very, very light one. Just so we can see where it is, right? So the white part is actually part of the image. And they're not transparent. That's something I need to keep in mind. Because now I could have this play button, for example, partially... why is that here? Oh, and we lost it. Oh, that's a problem. It will not remember that style change. All right, let's do that again. So we'll have padding 1 rem, background EE. And then the idea is that something like the play button, for example, we can put part overlapping the puzzle and part, because it's just a preview, you know, it doesn't matter if it's not 100% visible, right? So if we put this out here, and Let me think. So this is supposed to be square. The puzzles are going to be 256 by 256. The puzzles might actually be a bit smaller. But if I think 3 wide... yeah, well, we don't necessarily, we don't really want to bring up, use up the whole screen. Actually, let's actually only show 3 puzzles for a sec. We'll do this. And currently we have this div around the image, and then we have this as the outer container for each puzzle. So what if I make this with... actually, let's just do this. Let's hide the controls for a sec. Display none. Let's do that for the controls as well. This is the ID and so on. And we'll just do that quickly. And probably I'll actually automate that little command I have to run. Because I don't have to type it every time. And we need to run it after init, I think, happens. So, handle init. And then here we'll just do a set timeout. We'll just run this after 500 milliseconds, something like that. And I think that should be enough. If I refresh that, it should just pop that in there. Now the thing is, because handle init could run before the puzzle is ready, so that's kind of why I'm putting that delay in there. We might, because I could also just wait for the puzzle to be ready. Maybe we'll do that. Start it. Load it. On. I think we can just do a framework.app. On load. Although this might be on the puzzle element itself. This event. And I think start or started. And my fingertip still hurts from the cuts I got in it the other day. So, okay. Neither of these are actually firing. And now I'm curious what I'm getting wrong. Is it loaded and start? Start. On, start, on, loaded. Oh. Well. At least I was right about being how I was wrong. And I think start is the one that I want. Loaded, start, yeah. So what we'll need to do is handle start, puzzle start. And then we'll just do this literally. The reason I'm making this a named function is so I can actually remove it as well. Start. That in there. We'll put that here, and then we'll remove it here. And I don't think we even need a timeout then. Boom, there we go. Sweet. So handle puzzle start happens here, and we don't even need to worry about it. Okay, so that'll just automate that little bit because it can be a bit of a pain in the butt. And now we have 3 puzzles, right? And we can start styling them a little bit. And in the moment, I'm just going to style them inline, but then we can obviously clean up the styles and put them in the proper places and so on. So the first thing we want to do is this outer part. We're going to give it a background. And it's EEE. I think it's fine. And we already have one REM of padding. Okay. So then we actually want to put this inside a set. So currently these go here. Show puzzle data. So, okay, so actually this makes sense. We can kind of create a sort of load set routine that we can then potentially repeat. Right. And maybe at this point we can also kind of make a quick interface sort of, hey, add set and so on and so forth, right? Although, that UI might just not be priority at the moment. Yeah, let's skip that actually. So instead of test area, we'll just call this endless puzzles, puzzle sets, right? And then puzzle sets. So we have test area. And actually we're gonna put this in there, into the dialog like that. Endless. Oh, no, because that goes into the set. All right. So we want to basically add a set. Okay, so if we take this out for now. So we should get just a blank space here. And I think I'm going to give it some colors as well, just so we can know where things are. Green, red, green, and blue. So if I make the green bright, so EFE, something like that, it should be a very bright green. Which currently has nothing in it, right? And then we'll have something like, so this is all the puzzle stuff, and I'm hoping that I can simplify that. So we'll make a category for puzzle sets. We'll have a p.add set or render set, because right now and we'll just like whatever, and then we'll pass in whatever information we think is required for a set. And this should go in fact, let's get rid of that. And then here we'll do this dot render set, and we'll pass in the set information. Yeah, and things like title for a set. Currently, that's not obvious because we just have the set ID. So I have to think about if I really do need metadata per set. And it might make sense to have that stored somewhere. Or if that's just hard-coded into the app. And then if you're adding your own set, you have to name it, you know. So we'll see. But for now, we're just going to kind of pretend ideal world. We'll just put in the data we would like to have, right? And we'll call this endless killers. And we'll call start ID. And the endless slash is presumed, right? And right now we'll just fill in the other information as if it's the first time. So we'll have blank current puzzles. And we'll have a blank archive. Kind of like that. Right? And then here we can just go. And then the set. Right, and now we basically want to do what we did here, or more accurately here, but on for a set level, right? So let's say let HTML equals, and we'll just create the set HTML here. We'll have the root element being puzzle sets. Let root equals. Right. I'm going to log these out so I don't have to worry about what they are. Do the same thing for the HTML. And then here we can just do this before end. And we'll just call this set HTML. Right. And that's our set HTML. And then here, basically you want a h2, I believe. And here we'll go with the set title, so set.title. And then later on we'll worry about asynchronous loading and things like that, you know. So we have endless killers, has the green background. Now here, we knew how to load the puzzle, so we should take most of this over. In fact, we should take the whole thing over so we don't lose that. Right. So, and this goes here. And currently I'm just using puzzles, this.puzzles as sort of our cache for the puzzles, but we might have to rearrange this in the future. All right. And now the show puzzle data, we need to kind of fiddle with that a little bit. All right, so we have our set. And this is a bit small, so I'm going to make it a bit bigger. So you guys in the back can also see. So we have the start ID. So our start ID is actually this plus set.startID. Excuse me. And this we don't need. And then show puzzle data we'll probably want. Because this is adding all the mechanics, which we want to skip at the moment. So instead of puzzle data, load puzzle data, push puzzle data, show puzzle data, short ID, yada yada, right? So we'll do this, but we get rid of this, which actually renders the data. And we're gonna get rid of this, and this, and this, and this. And this is not for here. Right. Let's see how this breaks. Up little button of 23. Wait, what? This is definitely not line 23. Yeah, this is gotta be a async function. And not an await function, async. Async. There we go. All right, and here we're seeing the short IDs, so it's getting to the second one and the third one, right? It's fetching them. So now, instead of using show puzzle data, we're actually gonna grab this, and we're going to assign a set ID to our little set object somehow. Where did I put this? Okay, puzzle sets, root element. Right. Now I don't know if insert adjacent. I think this does not return the element, which is so annoying. Why doesn't it just return it? It would be so nice. Return value none. So we just need to know, oh, it's the last one, right? So we should be able to go something like root element dot last child. Root element listing element. Oh. Last child is a text node. So we don't actually want last child. We want last child element, which is not what it's called. Last element child. Returns the element's last child element or null if there's no child elements. Okay, last element child. And this now, because render puzzle actually returns text data, so we can actually put that into something like puzzle HTML, like that. Oop. And then we can do puzzle HTML.push this. And that's not even async, right? And then we can just put that in here. We can do a diff. Like that. And then we'll just do this dot join with line breaks for now. Maybe it might make it a little easier to debug. Okay, and we have 3 of these guys. And why am I outputting them? Set H. Oh, because I'm outputting the HTML. Yeah, we don't know. That's not going to be super useful. And that should give us the diff with this in it, but we actually want the title inside the diff, right? So this should give us the diff that contains our puzzle set, and it seems to. Because that's, you know, that's kind of the unit, and then we can add more of these units of things, right? And this one, I'm not sure why. I styled something that got rid of all the spacing around the dialogue. I'm trying to remember. I did it like this. Because ultimately this also needs to work on mobile. So probably this inner 3 is probably going to be a horizontally draggable, scrollable sort of area. So it might be cut off, right? And maybe even have like a left and right arrow that you can manually press, and so on and so forth. All right. And then basically we'll just have to kick in the thumb loading process afterwards. So after we've added all that, I'm guessing this should do the trick. Probably not. Process thumbs. This dot underset this process thumbs. Oh, wait, that's not how we're doing it anymore. We changed that. Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. No, none of this. That function doesn't even exist anymore. This was all happening inside render puzzle, right? I'm curious if this may still make sense to do this for each puzzle here. Maybe. Yeah, I guess the puzzle control itself doesn't really care about the set very much. It's kind of independent, and the puzzles in terms of thumbnails are just globally anyways. We don't actually care about the sets either. It's not like we render one set before the other or whatever. So I think the only thing we're needing here is the root element. Or a set element. Oh, it's called root element because this doesn't really care if it's being rendered in a set or not. So instead of listing element, it goes in here. Right. Don't need that anymore. Yeah, and here we have all this already. And we can even return this if we want to. So now instead of this, we should be... but does it make sense? Yeah, I guess what we need to do then here is... I guess we can just throw it in here. So we can just say let set elem equals this. Boom, like that. And then this stuff actually happens after this stuff. Or more accurately, this stuff happens before all of this stuff. So we'll set up our set UI elements here. And then instead of just pushing HTML stuff in here, we'll do this with the set element as the first argument, which will be the root element up here. And then that should take care of the... Nope. Puzzle HTML before initialization. Because this no longer exists now. So I got rid of that. Oop. Oh, I think I clicked something that closed the dialog before it ever got there. All right, there we go. So we've got that. Right. And just to check that it works for more than one set, we'll just reload the same set a second time. So if we just do this another time, and we'll just say something like puzzle set equals this. Whoop. Like that. So if we just do this, and now we probably want to await this twice, it should just load in twice. And this might be an issue because we have the same image more than once or something like that. We'll worry about that another time. Okay, so now we have to think about visually how we want it. And I'm thinking that we want some sort of vertical view where if this is narrow, the puzzles are still horizontal, but then push over the edges, right? And I'm trying to think what we're gonna do with that. So right now we have this div, which is the puzzle set. And that div should have its fixed sort of width. So this, if this has overflow X, we'll do visible, right? And How do I make something wide enough? CSS, make parent wide enough for children. Inner container, fit content. I am not even familiar with that. So if I do this, it still doesn't do it because the contents auto wrap. We probably want flex stuff there, but we could also kind of cheese it and just make it a fixed width of the whole thing. Because the thumbnails are a pixel width, like if we change the spacing to a fixed pixel kind of padding and so on and so forth, yeah, we could force it, right? So if I make this, let's say, so we have 256 on the thumbnails, and we'll probably want to go down to 128 in the end. So if we make the thumbnails, 128 by 128, and then we'll make this, where is it? The set thing here, style width 512. That should be wide enough for 3 of them side by side, right? Yes. And then basically we want horizontal scroll, but only for that individual element. Instead of the whole... What is scrolling here? Is it you know what? So if we do... ideally we want to scroll each set individually, right? So we can do something like this. This would be our... So this is gonna be whatever size, right? And here we'll do style overflow hidden. So this is just gonna be the normal expected width. This is gonna poke out over the sides, which is then the thing that we're gonna scroll back and forth. And then this is gonna be this. So we need of the last child once again, like that. So then the puzzles go into here, right? But if we do overflow scroll on that thing now, which is this thing, if we do overflow X scroll and get rid of this, height 140. Overflow X scroll. I think the problem is because these are inline blocks. CSS inline block scroll horizontally. I mean, this is standard horizontal, you know, horizontal gallery type styling. So maybe I should just float them or something. I don't know. Overflow scroll. What a more state-of-the-art solution using transform. White space. Is it white space? No, it's probably white space no wrap, isn't it? So I'll do white space no wrap. Here we go. I'm hoping just, you know, maybe there's standard stuff and I don't have to implement the scrolling myself as well, which is kind of annoying sometimes, right? So if we do white space no wrap and overflow X scroll, what do we get? This. Yeah, that's kind of it-ish. The question is, do we want to go bigger on the puzzles then or not? Let's see if we go back to standard dialog dimensions. It's not necessarily impossible. Although here, it doesn't take... It still stretches the dialogue. Let's see if we leave the borders on. Do we get rounded borders still? Yeah, okay, so here the dialogue just uses up all the space. And then on the desktop version, the puzzles actually fit. So then the question becomes with, can we automate the vertical scrolling as well with multiple sets, right? I feel like I'm trying to squeeze too many things into too small space, but this kind of works, right? So we have two kinds of scrolls. My thumbnail loading here is struggling. We'll see. Because it's counting on visibility of puzzles, and with all that scrolling around, it might not actually be super obvious which puzzles are visible. But, you know, that's a problem for another time. So, 128 is... It's not too bad, actually. Like, most of the time you can... I mean, for a killer puzzle like this, you probably can't distinguish one from another. So then the idea is maybe I click on it and get a larger version? Or you can just open it, right? It should happen quickly enough that you can just open it and check it out. I think maybe that makes sense. So let's try that. So instead of a 1 REM padding, let's create a fixed pixel padding. So we can have an exact idea of how big everything is going to be. And and it should be resilient to different scroll levels, right? And then we should be able to just click on the whole thing. And I'm wondering if we can just make the whole thing a... At least the image. Make the image into a button, maybe? So if I do an href... Because then the question is it good enough to literally just open the puzzle? Like, not even... Because the puzzle would have been already loaded. But we could literally just link to that URL and be done. Display block. Like if I do this. And then here, the puzzle ID under puzzle ID. But then we don't want to render 4 sets. I kind of like the idea that it would work with a normal dialogue, although it's a bit ridiculous. So if I just use that. But no, we want the short IDs, right? And man, I need to be consistent with my naming of things because I still don't know what I mean by like what I call it. Okay, so the short ID is here. And I should use the short ID for the ID of the puzzles themselves as well, where possible. But in theory, if I just do this, that should already do the trick, right? So if I click this, it should just open that puzzle. And if I reset this, then open the dialog again, it reset this one. Open killer start. This is empty. If I reload this, it does this. If I refresh it, oh, because I'm not actually on this one, because when it opens this, it does the whole overwriting of the puzzle behind it. So we kind of need to fix that as well. All right, fair enough. Why is there safe replay here? Wait, is that getting... I think that's getting triggered and it just it gets added to this dialogue because it's the wrong dialogue at the wrong time. Let's see. Let's see if we can fix that quickly, because that should really obviously not get added there. Save replay. Handle dialogue solved. So here it thinks this is the dialogue solved. Okay, so this is actually not going to be a problem. It's just because I'm automatically triggering it, and it kicks in. It thinks this is the dialogue, which isn't. It isn't. Whatever. Yeah, we can figure that out. I'm curious actually if this is getting triggered from the puzzles being loaded here or the puzzle actually being loaded in the background. Because I'm curious when this triggers. There's a bit of a timing weirdness going on here. And let me bring that down a bit. I think on the stream, we'll still see it here. So this save replay happens here. This fires here. Why does this fire here? I think this might actually be delayed by an interval already, but only 10 milliseconds. So if I have my automatic trigger here also delayed, maybe we can avoid this issue. The closer we can get to the actual final product, the better, obviously. So I can just do set timeout. Do this after, I don't know, 200 milliseconds. And if I do start, here, and then we'll do loaded. Loaded. Oh, too many semicolons in the wrong places. This coffee's tasting terrible. Yeah, in fact, it didn't happen now. So we have loaded, start happens later, but then this still happens after start, but it probably gets triggered around the same time. So this short delay here is probably all we need. I'll just do this. So in the future, this won't just confuse us. All right. And we'll get rid of this spamminess here. All right. Now, the problem is because this overwrites the puzzle we have loaded. So we need to actually remember the current puzzle. I'm trying to think what's the best way of doing that. I guess all we need to do is... because right now, for example, we are on a short ID, right? So the current puzzle is actually its long ID. But we don't actually care, right? So instead of doing this here, we can say, if I do get puzzle ID, yeah. So that'll give us the current ID. So we'll do let current puzzle ID equals that. This is all, you know, prototype quality, so I'm not too worried about the specific details, but I'd like to get it functional as much as possible, right? Now, this does not await all of the thumbnails being generated. So I have messed around with the thumbnails quite a bit this week because it's always been a problem on the mobile app as well, and I'd like to get that algorithm sorted out. And this is a much better test bed than in the mobile app, much easier to test. So for example, here it still breaks, right? So let's figure out why that breaks, and let's sort that out once and for all. Reading unobserved. So yeah, I'm trying to unobserve. So the idea is if a puzzle is not currently on screen, I'm trying to stop to load it so it doesn't load too much stuff that we don't need. Because if you might have a bunch of... Although now that I've reduced it to 3 per set, and if I, let's say, limited you to maximum of 5 sets at a time, but 15 puzzles can still take more than a couple of seconds to load. Because it needs to play each one and, you know, get the replays and all that sort of thing. So we are trying to unobserve here. So let's do a something in here. Try here. Catch. So refresh thumbs. Error. And it should continue to the next one at this point. Puzzle data. So we should be able to do these outside of the try without any error, any issues. And then we should be able to just output this when the error occurs. So we want to know what that ID is, and we want to know what the puzzle data is, which should get us everything else. Because it seems to be reliably problematic. Now, if I don't, stop on this error, it actually finishes all of them, which is kind of interesting. So the puzzle data here doesn't have an observer, which means at this point, this puzzle has already been loaded. Ah, okay, so this is because I'm loading the same puzzle more than once. Now let's see, am I adding these puzzles multiple times? So if I go to framework.features.endless.puzzles. Yeah, so I am loading the same puzzle more than once here at the moment, because you shouldn't have duplicates in here anyways. But somehow we're still hitting this more than once on a specific puzzle. Probably because it's running this code for everything every time. Huh. Alright, well, I mean, the easiest check would be to just check for this. So we only unobserve if there's an observer. Boom. That takes away that error. And that short ID gets output in 361. Here. All right. Let's not output all these element references. All right. And now I can click on the puzzle and it opens. And I want to keep it simple, but I do want to have the UI in there. So, yeah. And the other thing was, how do we know when all the puzzles are finished? So right now, it's very hard to know. Because we're kind of trying to dynamically load them in the background. And I don't want to replay a puzzle every time we have a pause, right? We want to know, hey, now the thumbnails are... So, as we are running, the thumbnail loading gets initialized. So we get show puzzles dialog. No, we get render set. In render set, we have show puzzle data. So we're doing this per puzzle. And I'm curious if we should just do this globally at the end, not individually per puzzle. But we are observing the thumb here. Yeah, because we want to be able to start rendering the thumb at the same time as we're loading more puzzles, because they're potentially different processes. One is network, one is local processing. So the problem is we'll get a lot of triggers of, hey, we're done, we're done, we're done. The only way to know for sure if we're done is to count how many thumbnails we need and how many we have, right? So we have observe thumb, then we have refresh thumb, thumbs, and then this is basically when we are completing the thumbs. So here's basically, but wherever we're calling this, we're calling this whenever a thumb gets updated, right? Create thumb, and then it runs refresh thumb. So create thumb, refresh thumbs. So handle process thumb, create thumb. So this creates the thumbnail asynchronously. And at the end of creating the thumbnail, we're going to refresh the thumbnails. And at the end of that is our potential that a thumbnail is completed, is done, no longer needed. All right. So console.log create thumb. And then I want to figure out how I think we can do something like this.puzzles.map p. observer not equal to undefined. And that should get us sort of a rough listing of puzzles that are still being loaded. So render set, let's get rid of that as well. So we have render set. Fetch puzzle, I might have to hide it just for my own sanity. So create thumb happens twice. This one and this one. It doesn't create for these. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe what I can do actually is simulate another set by just adding a random number, random ID later on in the set that isn't overlapping. So we'll go to the... Oh, actually, there's the Barbie puzzles. Let's add these in. So on Bremster's channel, he did this series of Barbie puzzles. Let's use that as a set, because that's exactly the sort of thing that I would like to do in the future, is have these kind of YouTube series and so on also added. Come on, give me Bremster. Bremstar. I think I always get that wrong. Nope, I didn't get that wrong. It's Bremster. Why is it not coming up in the search? There it is. All right, so let us see what is the first one in this series, because there's so much stuff. He's already on to the next one. All right, I think this is the first one in this series. All right, so let's add this as another set. So we have that sort of a contrast, and I don't think I'll be spoiling anything. You should check out his videos on this anyways. So we have puzzle set 1. And then we'll do puzzle set 2. And I think I'm just gonna do this, because I'm just realizing I don't necessarily want to have to enforce that these are always under /endless. All right. And these should be two completely independent sets with different puzzles. And our thumbnailer shouldn't get mixed between these. But of course it doesn't have the next puzzle data. So we need to simulate that, and I'm not going to do that because it's going to add a lot of complexity and it's not actually going to help. It's not going to help. So instead, we're just going to do Endless Killers 1, Endless Killers 2. And it's just going to be a different starting puzzle. It's somewhere in the middle of the set. There, and I think we'll do a third one as well. So we have Endless Killers 3. And we'll just grab like another random ID and hope that's not near the end, because the last one won't have a next puzzle piece of data. All right, so we've got these 3, Endless Killers 1, 2, and 3. And they all loaded. So now create thumb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 9 thumbs, and it got called 9 times. And in the end, one of them is still true, but probably if I go here, I don't think any of these will still actually have an observer. Map p.observer. Yeah. So the reason why that is still true is because at that point, I think we haven't actually refreshed the thumb yet. All right. So create thumb only gets called in one place. I hope. Yeah. I wonder if I want to actually integrate this here, but perhaps not. All right. So actually, we want to do this after refresh thumbs. And then after this, the last one of these, all of them should be false. In fact, right now it seems to be almost running synchronously because the loading is so slow that by the time the next one gets added, the first one is already rendered. But if you're doing a whole bunch of them, that might not be the case. So right now there's no event when all the thumbs are completed. That's annoying. All right, I'm trying to... Okay, so the problem I'm trying to solve right now is because things happen asynchronously, I don't know exactly at the start how many thumbnails need to be loaded. Now, in theory, as many thumbnails need to be loaded as there are puzzles. But then there's caching, yada, 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 right? And as I'm adding one, I'm rendering one. So I need to render one puzzle. I've added one puzzle. So it's doing one at a time. So I think the only place where I know how many puzzles need to be loaded is down here. So if I go at the end of this, and we'll probably want to time this, console.time load sets. Because I don't know if this is actually going to take as long as it takes to load all the puzzles. So right now, I don't think it's actually loading them simultaneously. Okay, what if we do this? So let puzzle sets equal, and we'll have an array. So the idea being, I'm also thinking of how it's going to work live, right? So we have these things in our local storage. So in the local storage, we have a list of puzzle sets with this kind of information in them. And that information will be available synchronously, so at the same time. And then we don't want to wait for one to load before we're loading the next one, right? So we kind of want to load them all at the same time. So promise.all puzzle sets.map. And then we're just gonna push these into render set, right? So it'll be something like set, and then load sets. Oh, load sets should happen only between here and here. Something like this. And they should all be having their space established simultaneously, right? But you see, the problem is these three, because they were off screen, they weren't being cached yet. So one of the problems I have, because, okay, so what I'm really doing right now is I'm trying to think when it is safe to return the original puzzle. I guess the real time when it's safe to do that is when we're closing the dialog. So maybe that's really what I need to pay attention to. So we have on the, we need to find the event. I think it's on cancel, right? On cancel. And I don't know if that also triggers when we're closing the dialog in a different way. We'll find out in a moment. Warn dialog dot on cancel. So hopefully this will give us an event. If I click here, yes. And refresh now. And I go to here. If I press the cancel button, it doesn't give us an event. Is there another event called onClose, perhaps? We could do this. And then just do on button. Because I think... I thought it would trigger the cancel event as well. But there could be an on-close event. Or on exit even. Holy moly. I really need to document some of this stuff. On. Click. On exit. On close. On cancel. On. Nope. Find. On. Cancel. We have on cancel. Okay. Type of. So if I search for type of on, do I find the other event, the other potential? On button, on cancel, on cancel, on button, on cancel. And is there a cancel string magic handling. No. Auto close, true. So if I click the close button, does the close, it does the on button or on cast. So if we just handle either one of these, we should be okay. Puzzles dialog, handle dialog, close. So we do that, and then just do this dot handle dialog close for button and cancel, and this dot current puzzle ID, this dot current puzzle ID, output that here. We should have everything we need to get back to the original puzzle. And we also need to then kill the thumbnail loading. But for now, I'm just going to hide this. So current puzzle ID, refresh thumbs, current puzzle ID. So here, we want to load a puzzle. And I think we had a function for that. And we could reload the whole browser window. That it feels a little harsh. We probably don't need to. But this kind of relies on me being able to completely kill any kind of background processing, so it doesn't mess with the puzzle that is currently being loaded. All right. And we probably don't even need to store it because we're not actually messing with the URL at the moment. Await is only So if I close this, resolve puzzle data, because that is in here. All right. Let's go back to killer start. Now, if I resize this a bit, we should, yeah. So we see this is, I don't think it's killer start. No, now we're back to killer start. Okay, and if we should be able to open this again. Okay, and if I go to here, that's a different puzzle. And now this is blank, but if I close the dialog, it goes back to the puzzle we were currently on. Okay, so that's actually working. Now, the other thing is, I'm going to slow down the thumb loading, and then we're going to see what happens if we close the dialog in the middle of a thumb being loaded, right? So, create thumb. We're just going to find where create thumb gets loaded, gets used. Whoop, here. And then here we're just gonna do await, sleep, 500 milliseconds, execute. So that should slow down the thumb loading. And then if I kill it, don't know exactly what happens. I don't actually know what happens because we're executing this, but there could currently still be a puzzle in being loaded. So we probably want to kind of poke around a little bit and find out what's going on first. Let me see. Did I just get a important message from the family? So my girlfriend is doing her weekly visit of her grandma that she usually does when I'm streaming. All right, let's see. So here, before reloading the new puzzle or the old puzzle, the puzzle we were supposed to be on, let's see what the current state of this observer list is. So I kill this. So true, false, due to ring. So we can kill this list. But what causes another another thumb getting requested here? Process, handle process thumb, enqueue thumb, request thumb. So if I do a console.warn request thumb, so request thumb happened 9 times. So they're all enqueued with this, but they're being executed asynchronously one after the other. So this handle process thumb is the thing that's happening slowly over time, right? Handle process thumb, and if I kill, yeah. So handle process thumb will keep executing because this thingamajig there is still there, right? So we also want to look at the thumb queue like that. So the thumb queue, making that empty is going to be easy. I'll just make it empty, right? Boom. Thumb queue 6. All right. So, and then here's 6 more handle process thumbs, which then, how do they not mess around with things? Handle process thumb, create thumb. They very well might, right? So basically we want to do length equals 0. We first of all want to set the queue length to 0. So that should stop any additional ones from running. Except it doesn't. Handle process, because they've already been put into this thing. Interesting. Asynchronously. Have they though? Because request thumb has been called. So this chaining has already occurred. But here's where we're skipping out. So if I do this, handle process thumb doesn't, yeah, because it doesn't reach past here. But it could be that something else is still running. So the other thing I want to do is add an event listener to see if a puzzle is being loaded, right? And I don't know if right now I'm actually tracking that. So I don't think when this gets called, there's no state machine handling things. And I think the puzzle ID kind of is the state machine, right? So we do want to have a look at this. You probably want to put this to the top. And boom. So that's the puzzle ID at that point. So what if we add some event listeners, and instead of running this right away, right, current puzzle ID is output here. This is the puzzle ID it's currently trying to load. And they don't actually match, so that's something else I need to organize, but that's just database wrangling. So if I add an event listener now, app.puzzle.on load puzzle.on puzzle.log puzzle.on load like this. And is it load or loaded and start or started? It's loaded and start. All right. How many times am I going to have to look that up? Probably forever. Which means they're bad names, and then I should improve that. Boom. Because the idea is, whatever was last being loaded, when is that being loaded, right? And maybe instead of doing this, we can do... Oh, wait. Can do it here, right? So puzzle data dot ID. If I add that here, and if I do, let's do it properly, right? So handle loaded. Like that. And handle start. And it's really a two-liner. Put that there. Puzzle off. Right? And let's just order them like this. And then we'll just start and handle start. Like that. So now each of these should trigger once for every puzzle that gets loaded until once I have all the syntax errors fixed. Probably like that. All right, so we should have a puzzle unload, start. Yeah, and we probably want to do a create thumb call here. And then see how the events relate to the create thumb. So we have create thumb, for example, 657365, and then these happen right after. Okay, so we know that this happens, and I think the problem is I don't know how synchronous this is. Okay, so the reason I'm digging into this, the problem I'm trying to avoid is that when this triggers, I don't want there to still be currently a puzzle being loaded. And I'm thinking maybe there's another way of finding out if this is happening. Because when we are doing this, what are we doing? I'm thinking basically what we could do is we could set a current ID and then remember this. But it could also be that this function is just basically synchronous, that I cannot call something else. So I cannot click while this is running, basically, because it's just too busy loading that puzzle. So it could be like the UI literally stutters while it's doing that 50 milliseconds or 100 milliseconds of work to load in the puzzle. So basically just stopping any additional ones to load is maybe all we need to do. But we could potentially, I mean, what we really should do is like put a little loader on the screen for 100 milliseconds, wait a moment, or even just put a flag around it, right? So we could say something like this dot is puzzle loading was true. And then after that equals false. False, right? And then we could also then look at that in our close handler here. And that should always be false. I'm just going to speculate right now. In the future, it might not always be false because there might be some async function where it might be waiting for a network event or something, right? But for now, we could just simply say if is puzzle loading, throw new error puzzle current loading while exiting endless puzzles dialog. And other than that, we should be able to just do this. And I should be able to do this. And I should do this again. And it should just work. And I should be able to do this. And it should just work. And I can scroll down to the close button, press that. And we should always be back at whatever puzzle I was at before. Boom. Boom. Even though it's loading in the background. There's something weird going on with the lines. Okay, it's fixed. All right, so that's working. Let's get rid of some of the spam. So this doesn't actually do anything for us, right? But the is loading and calls there are helping. I added some other spamminess. This.thumb queue 429 4 2 and list test. Don't know why I put that there. Don't need that. It is trying to load puzzles. It's trying to fetch puzzles simultaneously here. Is that a problem? $79. No. Ah, and puzzle loader, sorry. Let's have a look at puzzle loader quickly. Time already exists. That means we didn't hit this. Are we returning? Yeah. Wait, what? Shouldn't I be able to have multiple of these timers? Google, how is that ever under reply? Console timers are not two separate runs. Okay, none of this addresses the actual question. Google, what the hell? And that's usually when I'm getting off the trails, when Google doesn't answer correctly anymore. Okay, what the heck? Time already exists. Console.time, time already exists. Yeah, I know. Why do none of the search results contain anything to do with this error message? Error. Time. Console time error. Yeah. Why can't I run that? Oh, already existing time on calls to so variety does not reset an already existing time on the calls. For a little warning. Multiple calls to time with the same label. Resetting a timer is a little non-obvious. Can we wait to reset a timer? Using a console time reset label. Okay, well, that doesn't actually affect us right now. And I want to know in mobile mode, yes. But to scroll vertically, we'll need another set. So let's try to make another set. We can just do any ID, really, because these are not in any particular order. So let's create another set. 4, 4, 4, boom, 4. So with the fourth set, I want to see how the vertical scrolling works. I can grab it here. Can I grab it from here? Yes. I can grab... Okay, so whichever one I do first, it'll be stuck on. I can't do both simultaneously. Okay. All right, so let's look at the other points we discussed earlier. So we have to be able to... let me just make sure I don't have any weird changes. This one we might actually need. And this one we don't need. Yeah. So we want... forget the set management right now. Per set, skip puzzle. Especially initially, I don't actually have multiple sets. So this is actually Some we don't need. So skip puzzle in view archive, right? So let's add a skip button. And I think we're just going to use a little cross in the corner. Do we have an SVG icon for that we can use? I think we do. Is it under assets, icons? Items, UI, nope. Add app assets, here we go. Icons. Standard X to close. Come on, come on. Come on. All right, I'm not gonna wait for this. I'm gonna do it myself. So show puzzle, render puzzle. So under render puzzle, so these things I'm just gonna comment out for now. And we'll basically just put a button here. Button, skip. And we'll just do a capital X. Can I? Unicode X. Can we have a X mark? Cross. Cross. Or you can just use this. There we go. Refresh this, and let's go back to the desktop mode. Can I do proper stuff? No. Oh, interesting. Oh, because the buttons don't exist. Yeah. All right. How are we going to style this? Endless button. Skip. I like dismiss though. All right, endless button. Endless button skip. And we'll just want to do border. Do we want to remove the border even? Suppose. Position relative top 0 absolute. Okay, so we want to have this thing positioned relative. Yeah, so this should be position relative, position absolute. And this should now be top 0, right, right 0, background none, size 1 rem. And size is not a thing. Width, height. All right, so let's put that in here first. Background none. Or we might give it some faint opacity or something. Color. I don't want to mess with the color because of dark mode and all of that. We'll think about that in a sec. Top 0. Right 0. Width. So the margin is 16 pixels, did we? Is that what we made? 16 pixels. So we want it to be like 24. Height 24. And we probably want line height also be 24. And then we need to mess around with the font size and all that stuff to actually fit the X in there. So this is now Yeah, it doesn't seem to care about my sizing. Width, height. Did I misspell something? Line height. And this button skip. Dialog button. I guess we need to override. That's one, the cascade can, the specificity of the cascade can be a huge issue sometimes. Like, they meant well, but it's actually potentially making things worse. With unknown property name. Did I not put a colon in there? I did not. And line height, font size. Font size 16px. Font size 20. 20. Font size 20px. The exact styling we can fiddle with. It's also not centered properly somehow. Vertical, no. Text, align, center. Nope. Wait, the button has uneven spacing somehow? Uneven margins? Padding? One sec. Padding 0. Margin 0. Font weight 800. Yeah. So padding 0, margin 0. We'll do that with spacing. Font weight 800. All right. We probably want margin to be a little bit, so it's not like squished up against the edge of the gray box, even though these boxes won't show in the end. I feel okay. That looked weird at first. Oh, because it doesn't overlap with the whatchamacallit, the thumbnail loader. All right, if I get rid of the background none, we have this and the background color. So can I do something like background no, but maybe overall opacity 0.8, something like that, maybe. So if I get rid of the background color on this thing and the background color on this thing, yeah, maybe we'll get rid of these background colors now. So we had a background color on this guy here. And we had a background color on this guy. And then maybe we'll do an opacity 0.9. We'll leave the background in, so in dark mode and so on, it'll still work. Oop. Or we could do something like on a hover. Something like hover. No, that doesn't work with mobile. Yeah, opacity 0.9, 0.8. And then we probably could just add like a title thing. Title. Skip. Does it? Skip. I'm bouncing between skip and dismiss. Because skip doesn't necessarily tell you that the puzzle's gonna go poof. Skip. Bonk. Bonk, bonk. Alright. Handle process thumb. Let's get rid of this spam stuff. So create thumb. Handle process thumb. And I think create thumb or request. Request also had another line. And then create thumb, have one. Don't see it. Okay. And then we want this to be hooked up. So instead of dismiss, we'll have skip, handle, skip, handle, skip, handle, skip. All right. And skip, 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 skip. All right. So we had all this stuff going on here anyways. And I think we were using event target somewhere as well. Event.target. Yeah, here. Let's just reuse that. Play, handle, skip. Handle play currently not super relevant. Oh, because it's not really the image, is it? Yeah, we don't actually need the button. We don't need a reference to the button. Skip. Something like that. So now when we press skip, and this is something I was struggling with a little bit. Oh yeah, we can remove the delay on the thumbnail generation as well now. Sleep. Get rid of that. Basically, I need to figure out exactly what I want to do. Ideally, we just archive that specific puzzle. Basically, the same thing should happen as if we've solved it. So I press this, it removes this puzzle, and then just loads the next one. And there's obviously also two aspects to consider, and I'll tell you in a second. All right, I said two things. That's what I remember. I don't remember the two things I was talking about. Oh yeah, two things need to happen. So this puzzle needs to go... No, not two things need to be happening. When we dismiss a puzzle, there's two ways that happens. Either through this or when we are playing the puzzle. So when we finish a puzzle, it also skips the puzzle, right? And I don't actually know, like... We probably don't want to watch the puzzles from the endless sort of feature all the time. We want to detect if any of the puzzles that are currently in the list. So basically, when you're opening this dialog, it'll basically check if any of these puzzles have been finished, and then it just skips them for you, I think. That's kind of how it should work, right? So let's have a quick look. So handle skip. So what do I want to do right now? I want to mark the puzzle as skip. So we have an array of skipped puzzles. And then we want to load the next one. So we have a mechanism that finds the next puzzle. So that mechanism needs to take into consideration all the skip puzzles and all of these puzzles. So basically, I don't know if I should start from the... I think we can always assume that the last puzzle on the right is the puzzle that has the next ID, right? So they're always in sequence. And we never need to load anything from the leftmost one. So we go for the last puzzle in the list, in the set. Yeah. So we need to know what the sets are, which are here. So let's move this code into the init code for now. So handle init right now is our initialization where we're simulating what actually should happen, where we're kind of bringing things in from local storage or whatever, right? In the future, maybe even from a server-side account, right? So we're actually gonna do this like that. Right. And then down here, it's just gonna be this dot puzzle sets, right? Like that. And then this code doesn't live here anymore. And instead of test, this really is kind of the startup situation. So probably all of this just goes into dialog, but we'll worry about that in a minute. Again, I haven't decided yet if this is going to be a magic URL or if this is going to be a user action or even something obscure like pressing a button in settings, which is my least favorite of these. And I don't think I need a button for more at the moment. So right now I want to be... Okay, so first let's see if we can just open these. Yes. So we can open that one. We've gone back, but the dialog is still open. All right. It's also a bit too big still. It kind of stands out. So let's see if we can shrink it a little bit more. It's currently 24, but it probably doesn't need to be 24. Font size 20. If I make font size, like if we make this 20, and then make the font size 16 or 18 maybe. Right. Yeah, I think that's plenty. I think that's enough to kind of hit it. The radius is a little large on these buttons right now. Border radius is... What's it? 0.5 rem. We'll probably want to change this to border radius 4. Yeah, I know. I've been trying to stick to rem and I'm switching to pixels here, but it's like it's a very narrow kind of space that we have to deal with here. Now I'm trying to think like what other functionality we have, because play we can just click on the puzzle itself. Oh yes, view archive. Okay. All right. Well. One thing right now that's not happening is things being stored here. So we're going to have to do this. First, we're going to do this just without kind of surviving a refresh, right? And right now, I think we can find out which set each puzzle is in. No, not really. I'm just saying because a puzzle doesn't have actually a reference to a set. It has just a like I can follow through all the IDs that I have to find the prior, but I think it actually makes sense to have the puzzle marked with the set it belongs to. So if we're doing, and I think I can get rid of all of this now. Most of this doesn't really apply anymore. Yeah, none of this applies anymore. So show puzzles dialog render set. Show puzzle data puzzles. So actually this needs to go into the set puzzles. But we need the global puzzles reference for all sorts of things because we're referencing them by the ID. Okay. Puzzle data puzzles dot push. Set. So set dot current. And I think here we might actually have to build a new data set because right now the IDs of the puzzle data is not matching the IDs, the short IDs. And it's the short IDs I want to work with externally. Even though that doesn't match. It's a bit tricky because the internal data of these puzzles, I don't want them to be special in any way. These need to be standard whatever puzzles, right? And the short ID doesn't match the ID of the puzzle. The problem is, from the short ID, I cannot match to the progress stored in the browser, because that goes by the puzzle ID. So to be able to match a short ID to a puzzle progress, I actually have to load the puzzle from the server, which is a bit annoying, but it can be done. And then we can cache it, yada, yada, yada. All right. And the idea is it shouldn't really touch anything except the 3 that are shown here at any one time. So for the archive, that's a separate process, right? Okay, so set.current. So set.current.push puzzle data.short ID. And then at the very end, we should be able to Well, I think this should be updated with the data. So we can just wait for this to happen. And then if I open this now, I can go here, look at current, and I have these IDs in here. Exactly. And then if I click on close, on handle skip, we'll have the ID, we have the puzzle data. We don't know which set the puzzle is in. We could add that to the puzzle data itself as well. So render set, puzzle data. We'll do load puzzle data dot set equals set. And then here we could be able to do puzzle data dot set like that. And that should give us everything we need. Backwards, forwards, and left and right and all that. So I press the little X button here. It gets me the set. So this is part of kilo set 1. And if I press this one, it's part of kilo set 3. And it's in the current puzzles. All right, so first let's check if it's in the current puzzle. If not, there isn't really much we can do. There's some sort of broken state and we probably shouldn't do anything. So if puzzle date, if, we're just gonna, no. Const set equals this, right? If set dot current dot, and we should be able to also get short IDs. And we should, let's output that actually. Oh, set dot current. I'm starting to type a bit because there's a finger. It has 6 cuts in the fingertip, and any button I press with that finger is a bit unreliable. Of short ID. Equals -1 turn warn puzzle not found in set. And set, I guess. So if I press this, boom. So it's not -1, so it's in the set. So we basically want to remove it from the set. Now the question is then, well, we'll worry about the display in a sec. So we want to remove it from the set and add it to the archive, right? So we'll do let idx equals this. Get rid of that. If idx yada yada else, we'll do set.current.splice idx1. And then after that we can output set.current, which now should have 2 elements in it. And then set.archive afterwards, because that's where we're going to push it. And then we'll do set.archive.push ID. So that's the first step. That's just housekeeping the set data. So if I get rid of this one, archive will now have this ID. Ciao guys, have a good time. See you later. And the current list should be 2 items. Okay. So after that, we actually need to remove that puzzle item. Which is relatively simple-ish, I believe, because we can probably match it by IDs. But I think we should still reference the short IDs on these. The only problem with the short IDs is that they have the slashes in them. Because right now I'm using the puzzle IDs everywhere as a reference. But I think we actually want to use the short IDs. So instead of ID, we're actually going to use short ID everywhere. And we're going to get rid of these for now. Thump. ID. I don't think we need that. Okay. Now, wherever we're using ID, we actually want to use short ID. So actually, these we'll make a little helper function here. Puzzle thumbs. Sure handle init puzzle thumbs puzzle listing dot get puzzle function short ID. Oop. And wherever we're doing this, we're just gonna do that over here. Find p.shortid equals short ID. So dot find, all the dot finds are just gonna get replaced. This dot get puzzle ID. All right. Puzzle thumbs. Puzzle data. Boom. So I hope that didn't just break everything. Probably did. Return. There we go. All right, now if I press this little XE thing here, XE, what? We are now, okay, so now the point is we need to find this particular thing, right? So we need to find an endless puzzle with this data ID. So we can remove it. Okay, so we'll need to go let puzzle lm equals query selector dot endless puzzle ID. Is it data ID? Maybe. Short ID. Or just ID. Cool. We could also do a search closest, right? If we do this dot find closest, I think that does the same thing. I think. And that's kind of more idiosyncratic. Find closest element. Nope. Find... Oh, just closest, I think. Yeah, just dot closest. No find, no nothing. Boom. Yeah. So that's the puzzle itself. So if we just remove this, that puzzle element, and then just do this dot remove, that should get rid of it instantly out of that list. Now, what does it do to the rest of the list? Okay, it does exactly what we want. Okay, so it removes that from the list. Now we need to add an item to the list. That's a little trickier because we've got this nice little mechanism here that does the whole list in one go, but we actually want to add a specific individual puzzle to a list right now. Now here, the set, yeah, let me see. Okay, so we have the set element, we have 3 puzzles, load puzzle data, set.current, short ID. So we have a short ID going in. We have the set. We have the set element. And then here it gets us the next puzzle. And load puzzle data here actually does a lot more than just loading the puzzle data. So, no, wait, actually that does literally just load the puzzle data. But then show puzzle data does all the thing, right? So if I can extend show puzzle data, the load puzzle data, that shouldn't really be here, should it? Yeah, that's literally, we literally have a puzzle data group here where we can put this. There we go. So show puzzle data. Currently, render set, show puzzle data, load puzzle data. Puzzle data set is added. We're pushing it into the puzzles. Set.current, we're pushing the short ID. So we're doing 3 data things. Then we're showing the puzzle, and then we're grabbing the next thing. I could just do this manually. Set element here, puzzle data. Yeah, let's just do it manually, and then later on maybe I can figure out a better way of doing this. So we want, oh yeah, so now we need to find the last of the puzzle IDs, and I think they should be set.current, the latest item, right? Yeah, and if set.current goes empty, we're done, right? So before it goes empty, we need to grab an ID. So for example, this one, right? So last ID or last puzzle equals equals set.current -1. So log last puzzle. So that should be the short ID. And then we should be able to get puzzle it as well. Except this shouldn't return. No. This should return the puzzle because we're looking at the existing puzzles at this point, right? So now from this, we should be able to get the next puzzle. So we should have metadata.next puzzle, right? So we have last puzzle and then next puzzle equals we'll do this. The last puzzle.metadata.next puzzle. And then obviously we need error handling here in case there isn't a next puzzle. And we'll call this ID to distinguish this, that this is not actually loaded data at this point. And if I do this, it removes that and gets us the next puzzle ID. And now we can do this. So short ID, that should be next puzzle ID. Puzzle data.set is set here. This is puzzle data, set.current.push. And then we should be able to do this. And the set element rippity doodah. We'll just do set.element. Set.on. And that should add the next puzzle in. And at this point, I don't think puzzle data. Yeah, and these 5 lines or whatever should really be a single function call somehow. Only async. And then what are we missing at this point? So if I remove this, next puzzle ID is not defined. Last puzzle. Next puzzle ID is not defined. Last puzzle. Puzzle. Metadata. Next puzzle. Next puzzle. Next puzzle. ID. Didn't rename everything. What I get for not using proper IDs and all that sort of thing. Okay. And that got us a new one. And if I remove this one, it gets us a new one there. And I can... If I remove the last one, is that always going to be a problem? Yes. Why? Why is the removing the last one a problem? And why are we hitting skip? Let's see. So puzzle thumbs. I have to. The thumbnail system is still not robust. 2.8 something. Request thumb. We're hitting skip. Puzzle data is not equal to undefined. Why? And I suspect this happens on every time I try to replace the last one. Boom. So skip. So this is the new one. Endless BBRIP31Z. Observer short ID thumb. Why does this already have a loaded thumb? Oh, is this... Are we really hitting a... No, no, no. I'm just wondering if this puzzle basically is one of the other ones. If I look at this .puzzles.map p.short ID, that should give me a list of all the short IDs. And we're looking for this specific one. So 3H1Z, 3H1Z. No, there's only one. So why would thumb already be loaded on this one? Now, obviously, request thumb. Maybe we hit it more than once. Where's thumb being assigned? All right. Console.log. Set thumb for puzzle data dot ID. Not short ID. Short ID. I just want to see if this is being set before, if we're having some sort of data crossover situation here, or what's going on. So they're all set. We're loading a new one. Set archive, set. So this is not being set. So why would this puzzle data already have its thumb value being set when it's not getting set anywhere? Okay, let's refresh. Let's pay close attention if this particular set has happened prior. So if I close this one, and it could be that I'm trying to reload not the next puzzle ID, but the prior. Load puzzle data. Next puzzle data. Next puzzle data. Okay, so PPHDEY 3H1Z. So let's look at all the sets. This hasn't been set, hasn't been set, set. None of these have been set. But then down here, it's already set. All right, well. What is going on? And it's probably like a silly thing, and because I'm tired, I'm not seeing it. Feel free to yell it in the chat. Comment below. Get in the comments, right? But yeah, here it's undefined, and then here it isn't. Well, we also want to see the short ID. Maybe I'm somehow requesting the wrong thumb, right? So thumb exists for that ID. When did this thumb happen? When did this thumb happen? Alright, so where does request thumb happen? Here. Handle thumb intersection. This happens here. Where's the thumb? Thumb data. Puzzle ID. Did I change that? No, that's correct. Thumb colon? Because there's different ways of assigning to thumb. It's not just thumb equals thumb column in like an object assign, for example. Is it being assigned here somehow? All right, what if we change this to thumb URL equals thumb for this? Maybe somehow that's assigning it, but it didn't do it prior. So that's a little odd. Let's see. Huh. So let's see, at this point, because thumb up there, here is obviously filled in, right? Is the thumb already filled in at this point? Request thumb, render puzzle. No. So request thumb is something that happens after observe thumb, right? Well, let's check this then. Observe thumb. Is thumb filled in at observe thumb? Boom. It is. How? How is it filled in at this point? Observe thumb gets called from where? Here. Show puzzle data. Query selector dot endless thumb. Puz element. Maybe something isn't quite right here. All right, console.log. Show puzzle data. Puz element. So if I clear this, right, and do this, and I go to render puzzle. No, not render puzzle. Show puzzle. No, yeah, show puzzle data. We got this ID. ID. Puzzle ID. Get puzzle. So if I go here, render puzzle data. Well, we have access to puzzle data here, right? Boom. Show puzzle data. No thumb. Observe thumb. Endless yada yada. It's completely different. What the heck? Observe thumb. This is synchronous between here and here. And get puzzle. Does get puzzle do anything weird? It's searching by short ID, and puzzle ID is short ID. What if I do find index here? Find index. And see if the index matches. Because that's gonna happen more than once, right? So let's see what happens here. Get puzzle. Index is 6. How how can it be 6? This is not right. Not right at all. Let's output the whole list of IDs. So after this one, we're going to do this. We'll do this dot puzzles dot map p dot short ID dot join space. And I'm almost tempted to remove some of the sets just so the list won't be as long. So we get these, and there shouldn't be, so 0, position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it is position, wait, it's at position 8. But at this point, it hasn't been added yet. It is possible that I've accidentally selected overlapping sets, right? So it's possible that the next one from here is literally one of these other ones, right? That are already existing, and it's causing a collision because our puzzle list is supposed to be unique. Can we keep the puzzle? Can I have the same puzzle be more a member of more than one chain of? No, I cannot, because from then on, like, we can have 2 chains linked to them, but then from then on the links will always be the same. So it doesn't make sense for these series to ever be overlapping. It doesn't make sense. We can have the same puzzle in more than one set, but it would have to have different data in it because it needs to have a different next puzzle link. So it could very well be that we have that case happening here. So we have next puzzle ID, and we should just say this dot puzzles dot index of boom. And if that's the case, then we have just some irreconcilable error, which is just a case of it's just happened because of how I generated this test data. So what do we have? Is it really -1 here? And how the hell can it be not? Ah! So after it's getting pushed here, it should be whatever the length of the list of puzzles is, not 6 or 8 or whatever, some random number from the middle. So it was -1 here. It's still -1 there. What? Next. First of all, the capitalization here is make me feel uncomfortable. Next puzzle ID. Next puzzle ID is this. Next puzzle data. So we want to output that. And that short ID should match the whole thing, right? There's something weird going on. Maybe it's a simple solution, or a simple resolution. So, where were we? Next puzzle data. It's -1. And then it's 5. It shouldn't be 5, right? Puzzles, next puzzle data. Oh, next puzzle ID, not next puzzle data. God damn it. And we should also do... Okay. Index off. Wait, index off. Am I doing things wrong? Yes, I'm doing index off next puzzle ID. which isn't it at all, right? So we want to find index p dot short id equals next puzzle id. Right. I'm confusing myself. It's that time of the stream already. So, find index is 6. Oh, shit. Why is... So, okay, so that's why we don't find the data, because the data already exists in here. Okay, so that means we'll just have to change the whichever set that data comes with. All right, so it's not the 4th, it's not the 3rd. Is it the 2nd one? Nope. Wait a second. Wait a second. So it's this one, right? PPPD. It starts with double P. So it's not in these, then, but how is it in the puzzles area already? Okay, what if we just stop here? Right? What if we don't do anything else? We load the puzzle data. Because isn't it already finding it here? So get puzzle yada yada. That's this one up here. Then remove it. Next puzzle ID is this. But it already exists. What the heck? At index 5. But when I looked at the sets, I didn't see it in any of these. Current. Not here. Not here. Not here. What the heck? What the heck? Is load puzzles data already adding it? Puzzle ID, puzzle. No, no, it doesn't. It doesn't manipulate the puzzles. Okay, what if I don't load it at all? Let's look for anyone that says PP at the front. Seeing one. None of these. If I remove this one, find index, next puzzle ID is 6. I'm going crazy. So here we have all the puzzle IDs, and we're seeing it here. Somehow, right? Let's output the length as well. Now we're the puzzle we're removing, we're not removing from the puzzles list. And we're removing it here. So let's get rid of all that removal code for a sec here, because we're not adding one right now, so it doesn't matter. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I'm removing the last one. And then I'm getting the next ID after I've removed it. And I'm getting the next ID of the one before the one I'm removing. Oh, geez. So I removed the last one. So I used this one to get the next ID, which is, of course, the same one. And that's already in the puzzles list. Duh. And that shouldn't really be a problem. So we should either reuse the data or we should purge the puzzle list as well. But that's either way, that's the wrong thing to do. So we need to grab the last puzzle first. So we'll do that here. Then we'll say remove archive puzzle. right? And then replace with next. And that should now just work without weirdness, without me questioning my sanity. So I should be able to just grab this. Next puzzle data is not defined because let's still comment it out. Nose itchy, nose itchy. Hey, there we go. Hey, 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 hey. Do, 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 do. Now, ultimately, if I do this often enough, they might overlap again, right? Because I just grabbed random IDs from somewhere in the middle of the series. And I think this might have been one of those overlaps. All right, let's clean this up. This is kind of basic functionality. And then, you know, there's a lot of debugging to be done, sadly. All right. Grab last puzzle. Grab last puzzle. Get next puzzle ID. All right. Next puzzle data happens after we've removed the stuff, and then we're adding it back in. This does not give us. This does not give us the other thing. What's the other thing that it's not giving us? It's the. It's not giving us the interface for the archive, to view the archive. And that's not a super important feature, so I'm tempted to kind of just skip that for now. But ultimately we will need it eventually. Alright, so that should all work. 236. Needs to get removed, right? So much code for something so simple. Don't need that anymore either. Don't need that anymore either. All right. So we should be able to do this, and then we can open the puzzle here, and so on and so forth. So, and if I use this user interface, we can scroll, and if I scroll over and then press this, after this we need to scroll horizontally. So JavaScript force scroll horizontally. Let's try something. If I go here and I grab this, and I'll say storage global variable, right? And then I'll say temp.scroll left, right? And if I scroll this way, and if I do this, and if I do this equals 200, and then I'll output it again. So I could just make it a ridiculously large value, and it should just work. And temp1, which element is it? It's the scroller, which currently doesn't have a name. Scroll into view. So if I do this, and if I do this, what would that look like? So if I go here, ew, doesn't seem to work. The puzzle, parent element, really? That's what I get for shortening things. Boom. Nope. And then parent element. Parent element. Parent element. Parent element dot parent. Shouldn't I just be able to get the parent from that? Temp1 dot temp parent element parent node dot parent. No, what do you mean? If I go to this, stores a global variable, temp2 dot parent element. Puzzle element here, is that, oh, is that the one I just removed? It is. It is. So we have set dot lm and inside the set it's the scroller thing. We should give it a name. Class equals set scroll. So query selector set scroll. Scroll left. We can do a log. No. What am I doing? Let scroll equals this. Boom. And then we want to output that and scroll left. Like that. Oop. And scroll element dot scroll left equals 1000. And that should do the trick. Holy moly. All right. Or not. Ah. Scroll left. Set scroll. Reading scroll element. Query selector dot set scroll. Set dot element. Wait. Set dot element. Oh. It is, that is the thing, the set element. Oh, okay. Well. For now we can use that, but in the future we probably want to actually also have reference to this, but maybe we don't need that. Pragmatism, right? Things, if I remove the first one, it doesn't scroll to that one. Alright. MDN scroll to element. We basically want to scroll into view the actual puzzle element. Line to top. Scroll into view. An object with the following properties. Behavior determines element ancestors. Container such on which the scroll to view is called visible to the user. Okay. So really what we want is we want the element of the puzzle. Show puzzle data. Now show puzzle data returns the puzzle element. Right, and then we should be able to do this and do just scroll into view. right? And we shouldn't really need any properties. Right? Scroll into view. All right, I think I might even have spelled it right. So that means I should be able to press this one. It scrolls to the top. Press this. I don't like that. Oh, because... No, it always replaces the last one. Even if we remove the first one. So actually, scroll left equals 1000 is perfectly fine. I forgot that we're not replacing the puzzle that we're actually removing. Yeah. Because in an earlier iteration, I actually replaced the puzzle on the left. So basically, if you remove that, instead of adding the puzzle to the end, you would replace the one on the left. But that's not actually what we're doing here now. Oh, open a puzzle. Okay, that actually kind of takes care of that, of the handles, of the skip handling. What we don't have right now is the archive. And I'm trying to think what we want for the archive. Showing the archive could either be a complete separate screen, or we could literally just prepend the puzzles to the left. The problem with that is that the archive might be large, right? You might have gone through 1,000 puzzles. And I would almost argue that, well, I guess if I implement some kind of load on demand system, it almost doesn't matter. Like, you can scroll as far as you want, basically. I don't know. I mean, the other option would be that instead of making the archive accessible, we should be able to unskip puzzles, right? Or re-add. Yeah. I don't actually know if that's a question I want to answer at this point. I'm almost tempted to say, hey, this is something I want to bring out for testing. And then stuff like that is something I can worry about at a later stage, right? So for example, let's say we get rid of some of this complexity. And then we get rid of the the extra test sets, right? And then we'll just replace this with this. Like that. And then we just have this, right? And it would look like this. And let's say if we go to SudokuPad format like this, so we can see what the dialog does. Now, when it closes, it resets it. I'm also tempted to try to reset it when it's actually done the puzzles. And earlier I mentioned that it's actually kind of hard to know, so we don't know if more puzzles will get loaded. But basically, we need to just know, have we loaded as many thumbnails as there are puzzles in the list, right? Because I think the puzzles are getting added to the list ahead of time. So if we say, where did we look into this earlier? Refresh thumbs, maybe create thumbs. Refresh thumbs happens here. Refresh thumbs. So at the end of refresh thumbs, right? If we say, this gives us the number of puzzles. The problem is it never gives us how many puzzles there are going to be. We could solve that with a throttle call. Or we could solve it by making it more asynchronous. Because right now I think it's loading one at a time. Okay, wait, maybe observer. When are they getting added to puzzles? So if we say puzzles.push in handle skip and here. Handle skip and here. Because I'm currently doing all the sets simultaneously, but then I'm doing an individual set one at a time. Do we want to add the puzzles first, Yeah, this is currently not asynchronous because, sorry, it's synchronous with for the individual puzzle. But basically, we want to be able to load all three puzzles simultaneously. And as each puzzle comes in, we want to potentially start the thumbnails for the set. But we do know how many puzzles there are going to be. So what we could do is we could add the puzzle's data objects sort of as blanks ahead of time, right? No, because we don't know what the next ID is. But that's okay. No, we don't. We know nothing about them, right? I mean, we could record how many puzzles we're going to load. This feels so wrong on so many levels. Huh. Alright, I'm gonna have to add a delay in again, but like, the question is, at this point, we should know how many puzzles are going to be loaded. Now, the thumbnails might not be ready yet, but it seemed like they were. Yeah, you see, puzzles loaded, hit. And at this, okay, so when puzzles loaded hits, that's when we know for sure how many thumbnails we're gonna know, we're gonna load, right? Render set, right? Puzzles loaded. And render set happens more than once, right? So we can even do that here. So, puzzles loaded. Puzzles, false, true, true, refresh thumbs happens 2 more times. Why does refresh thumb... So at this point, we know how many puzzles are going to be loaded. So at this point, we should add an event handler for when the thumbs are finished. So what we could do is, here, we could say, let's see, puzzles.find is not equals to undefined, right? So, all finished. All finished. If we find one, where the observer is not undefined, we're not finished. So finished is if this is equal to undefined. Right. So all finished, false, false, true. Okay, so let all bumps done equals this. Right. And we're going to output that here. And then we're just going to say if all thumbs done, this dot emit thumbs done trigger or whatever. Let me see. I'm using portable events, and I think it's either trigger. Yes, it's trigger, but I think I'm gonna have to use something to set that up. So, one sec. This is happening on the class, right? Okay. Framework F is the constructor. Yeah. Okay. So we should be able to do this on this dot trigger. Why did I not use mint on that? Trigger. Is that an emit? No, trigger. All right. Trigger thumbs done. So then here we can say, we can do the same check. And we can make that just a function here, actually. P dot thumbs done equals function. And it's just this. List of puzzles, yada yada. Return list of puzzles. But find is undefined. Then we can do thumbs done. This dot thumbs done. If this dot thumbs done. Trigger yada. And down here we can do console log thumbs done. This dot, that. Because we won't get a trigger if we're already done at that point, right? And we might be. Trigger is not a function. Portable events.mixin. Framework. Hey guys. How was it? Oh, 1 sec. All right. It's already almost 9 o'clock. I'm gonna have to wind this down soonish. Here, oh, I'm triggering it on the class. Does it make sense to trigger this on the class? Not really. So we kind of want to mix it in on the instance, right? So we kind of want to do this. This. Wow, I haven't actually used portable handlers in so long. I forgot how it works. So thumbs done true, thumbs done false. And we don't actually know which thumbs done we're looking at. Boom, boom, boom. So test thumbs done is false, and then eventually a thumbs done triggers. All right, so we can say if thumbs done, then console.born test done, else this dot on thumbs done console.warn on thumbs done. All right. And like this, it should always trigger. It should be reliable. On thumbs done. And then we can do just here handle thumbs done. Function handle thumbs done. So we'll do this. If this dot done, then this dot thumbs handle thumbs done. Else this dot on hand yada yada yada, and just run this on this trigger. And then we'll remove it again so it doesn't trigger multiple times. So the next time something gets changed or whatever, and we'll probably need to redo this whenever we're running thumbs, including when we're skipping. So we're gonna have to see about that. All right. But thumbs done should only trigger once. And then it should do the same thing as on handle dialog close, which is restore the original yada yada here. And maybe we want to do we'll want to do something here. One sec. I'm thinking. We're probably gonna have we want to have a function restore current puzzle. Right. And this is what this is gonna call. If this dot is puzzle loading. Yeah. We'll also want to do this, and we'll do... wait, no. This goes in here. We'll do the thumb's Q length. We actually want to output that. Right. Because that's actually of interest, if that Q is not 0. When we're closing the dialog, it won't be 0, or it might not be 0, you know. Don't actually need any of this then. Probably want to do output this though. Puzzle loading. Gonna throw. Then we're gonna do these. Alright. Async. And then this actually is what we're gonna do on handle dial close. Okay. Yeah. And then the same thing is going to happen on thumbs done. So if I do this now, boom, and it dies because app is not defined. Fair enough. All right, let's try this again. All right. And this isn't, don't we have that up here somewhere? Sure, so we don't need that at all. Don't need that. Yeah. And boom. If I do this, okay, now we have to basically redo that whole thing. So this shouldn't trigger here. It should trigger every time we download a thumbnail. So handle every time we're enqueuing a thumb, basically. Request thumb, enqueue thumb. Enqueue thumb. Enqueue thumb is when we're actually adding a thumb to be resolved. Let me just put that here just to see how roughly where this stuff happens. If it all happens together. So after enqueuing a thumb, enqueue thumb, remove from queue. Because thumb's done, is that actually functioning correctly at that point? Where's the whole thumbs done situation here? So if we're outputting that in here, does that even work at that point? Because it's looking at observer. I don't know why I'm looking at that. Just it's one of the things that get removed. Thumbs done false, thumbs done false. Because I think thumbs done should also take the queue length into consideration. Thumbs queue dot length and this thing here. So thumbs done. This is not defined. Yeah, all right, fair enough. I'll give you that. Let me check the stream, the chats. All right, not a lot going on today. People are popping in, but nobody's saying anything. All right. What broke? Reading length. Thumb skew. I don't think that's the right one. That's not the word I'm looking for. Thumb skew. Singular. Even though it cues more than one thumb. My desk is really high. I feel like I'm sliding down and disappearing. So some thumbs done. 1 false, 0 false, 0 true, 0 true. So I think it should be this. So first of all, we're gonna do thumb wewe and puzzles from this, and then we should say thumbskew.length equals 0, and because if the queue isn't 0, we can't possibly be done, right? False, true. Puzzle loaded. Thumbs done true. So that's the thing I'm worrying about, is that it fires true before all of the puzzles are actually loaded. Thumbs done false, thumbs done true. So if this to thumbs done trigger thumbs done. Thumbs done. So refresh thumbs. Thumbs done. And NQ thumbs. Thumbs done. So after NQing thumbs done. False. After fresh, this is true. We only start listening to the event here. I mean, we could set a flag that we're kind of loading sets, so that we don't trigger while a set is still being loaded. The thing is, basically, I'm trying to look if there's a singular mechanism I can use both for this global initial load as well as for the individual loads down here. But I don't think that's the case. We could make thumbs done async, right? And have it just... We could just be able to await on thumbs done. So we have an async thumbs done that we could just await on. Handle thumbs done. Await on thumbs. And the reason for this is because I'm not adding puzzle data in before, because I don't even know at the beginning of a set, I don't actually know how many items on the set I'm actually loading. So we basically want to set a flag. We want to do, say, this dot sets loading equals true, and then sets loading equals false. Right, and then we'll basically say set loading is yet another factor if not set loading and thumb length equals 0. Yeah, so all of these need to be true. If any of them false, thumbs aren't done. Simple as that. False, 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 false. True. So now the question becomes, does it make sense to have a async handler for this? So we should be able to do something like thumbs done, and we should do wait for thumbs async function. Right, and then we could just say if this dot thumbs done, if this thumbs done, return. else else return new promise, resolve. There's no reject, I think. Resolve. Like that. Now just do resolve. And we should just do await here. How do I ah man, okay. Let handle thumbs done equals resolve. Resolve. We trigger it, and then after this, we'll off that. So we should be able to wait for thumbs down here. So test before or wait for thumbs, and then after. That should work. We're not spinning, we're not intervaling or anything like that. Test before wait for thumbs false, after wait for thumbs true. And then it's probably okay. Handle thumbs done. So then we don't even need to do that. We can just do this. Everything is just hanky-dory. This whole thing doesn't exist, right? And then after the skip, we can do the same thing. And then here we'll just wait for thumb and restore current puzzle. Boom. So now, if I skip a puzzle, and we can see the background should be the empty puzzle. So if I skip this, it'll switch and it goes back to empty. The only annoying thing is a lot of flashing of stuff in the background. So I might actually just choose to hide the background altogether. But, you know, that's more of an aesthetic thing. All right, let's get rid of some of this other miscellaneous rubbish here. So we'll do that. Puzzle loaded we don't need. Load sets took... Is that still interesting? Load sets 528. Load sets. Load thumbs. We can just time that now. Which is kind of cool. Yeah. And the load sets took 449 milliseconds, load thumbs 84. All right. Restore current puzzle. Thumb queue length is 0. I'm going to leave that on because there's probably going to be some edge case debugging happening. But overall, this is not too bad. Now, the one thing what we don't have now is persistence, right? So we obviously need to persist this list. So if I do this... Oh, not just persistence, actually completion of a puzzle. So how would we detect that? Yeah, and I don't want to just detect it. I don't want to have to be kind of watching the puzzle with this thing running. I want to be able to go in there and detect, as I'm loading these in, that the puzzle already is solved. So for example, the first one here, if I open this, we go here, but if I run check, the solution is correct, right? So let's, for a second, not auto-trigger this. So if I open this puzzle, killer start, this comes up, right? So let's have a look for that. You've already solved this puzzle. If I search for this, we'll get this dialog option. Already solved this puzzle. Show previously solved dialog. So app.puzzle.is completed, right? So as we're loading each puzzle, so we got render set, Inside render set, we have load puzzle data. So as we're loading the puzzle in here, this can actually happen as part of the thumb rendering because it takes, well, it doesn't take the same time. So the problem is we won't know if the puzzle is solved until we load it into the puzzle. We can't tell just from the thing. So there's a problem where it's gonna flash on the screen as we're loading it, and it's just gonna blah, 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 right? I was hoping that we didn't have to cache that data, but it's actually not trivial to detect that. So right now, when we are creating the thumb, this is when we're loading the puzzle and when this sort of data becomes available, right? Let's have a look at this isCompleted function. What exactly does it look? Because I think it's doing a full solution check. So we can't do this from the replay unless we're loading the replay into the engine. Okay. Oh, I don't look like this because imagine we have a lot of puzzles solved, and imagine we're losing the endless puzzle data. Let's say we have 200. It would literally have to replay all those puzzles, and each one it would just load it and replace it, load and replace it, load and replace it, and it could look very strange. But maybe what we do is then instead of having a loader for every puzzle, we have a loader for the set as it's preparing the set for the first time. That might be a bit of a solution. Then even if it takes a bit longer, you know, it won't actually make a difference. So we want to show this. No, we want to show this. And this. Yeah. So as it's loading in the puzzles, which I'm currently not loading in. So as I'm loading in the puzzles, there's only 3. So the first one will say, is completed false. False true. So if the puzzle is completed, we might want to clear that puzzle out. Handle skip. So we actually want to remove a specific puzzle. So we want to have a function for removing a specific puzzle. All right. So we're going back to the puzzle data and we'll do a remove puzzle or skip puzzle. All right. And we don't want to just handle it from handle skip. We also want to handle it, be able to handle it, be able to call it from other places, right? So here we're going to pass in a short ID, skip puzzle short ID. And now we cannot presume that puzzle actually exists anywhere. So we need to kind of say puzzle data, if puzzle data, yada, yada, if puzzle data is undefined, throw new error puzzle yep. puzzle not found. ID. Something like that. All right. So, and then we do the usual thing. I don't think anything else happens here. So here we should be able to just run skip puzzle on this ID. We should be able to just return this since it's async. That should kind of chain correctly in case we need it. Has been declared, feature endless. Yeah, it's the same short. We don't care. It's the same ID. So if I skip this one, undefined is not defined. Well, that sounds kind of true, doesn't it? Are you talking to me? Did you say something? Could have sworn something was being said. Yep, my office is in the kitchen. In case anybody's wondering about that. Alright, skip puzzle. Skip puzzle. Endless, yada yada yada. Undefined is not defined. Skip puzzle. Oh my god. Yeah, that was more literal than I expected, to be honest. Alright, so that still works. That still works. So we now should be able to just skip a puzzle. Now, one problem is, if we're trying to skip a puzzle while puzzles are still being loaded, maybe that's going to be a problem. So, but I would like it to be super robust. So if we can make it robust against that, that would be great. So, create thumb. This is when we can find out if a puzzle is completed. Right. So we're going to do a warning so it really stands out in the logs, and we can do this. If is completed. Now puzzle loading, we want to set that to false. If the puzzle is completed, we don't even want to create the thumb. Right, and create thumb. What are we waiting for with create thumb? Yeah, we don't actually care about the return value. And I think create, yeah, so let's not even return something here, so we don't have that worry. So if we do this, ID is not defined. Yeah, this will be puzzle data.short ID. Yeah, and then it breaks stuff. Oh yeah, okay, so because... Interesting. Skip puzzle. Are we still referencing the event target here? 304. 304. Yeah, skip puzzle. Skip puzzle. Line 199. Event.target.closest. Yeah, so that obviously is not gonna work anymore. So we want to find a endless puzzle with a particular data ID. So we should just do document.query selector. Query selector. And dot endless puzzle with an ID of whatever the current ID is. Short ID. So if I do this here and verbosify this just a little bit, what do we get? Oh, what happened there? Oh, that was weird. Okay. Can I read? No, puzzle element is that. Endless puzzle ID equals data dash ID equals. Right? And no. Oh. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay, so something got disrupted, obviously, when we're trying to do this. All right, so let's skip the skipping for a second in here. So if instead of this, we don't do this. Right, but if we do this, why does it kill the other ones? Thumbs done false, thumbs done false. NQ, thumbs done false. So this is 323. NQ thumbs done. So we don't actually care here. So refresh thumbs, create thumb. I mean, what if we because I don't think we actually want to, we don't want to wait for this. All right, let's do this a little bit more carefully. What if we await this here and then return? And so the log, I'll just say skip puzzle done. Ah, man, I don't think my mechanism here is robust enough, especially since we're just loading 3 puzzles, right? We're not loading until we have 3 puzzles. Timer fetch puzzle already exists, does not. Oh my god, that's terrible. Create thumb is completed as true. Skip puzzle. Puzzle data. This one is 188. 188. So that's inside skip puzzle. Puzzle data, puzzle element. So then the puzzle element here gets removed. Which is strange because it's obviously not being removed here. Is it possible that at this point it wasn't even added yet? So when we're loading the set, right? So we'll do console.group load puzzle data short ID. Short ID. And then group end. I mean, this is all just a huge async mess now. So the skippity-doo happens in here. So it happens before we get to the next puzzle. So what I don't understand is why the second puzzle is also being disrupted here. I think by skipping instead of creating a thumb, we need to we actually need to remove that item from our list of thumbs that need creating. Are we doing this? We need to remove it. Definitely we need to remove it from the queue. Although, by the time create thumb gets called, isn't that already being removed from the queue? Yeah. And we are not depending on this at all for the next queue item in the thing to continue. One sec. If I look at the feature here, and I look at the thumb queue, thumb is processing is true. Okay. And if I look at the thumb queue, there's 2 items in the thumb queue. And if I look at the promise, p thumbs, it's pending. The promise is pending. I mean, clearly the where is the chaining happening? Handle process thumb. Resist handle process thumb. So if I run if I execute handle process thumb, will it then continue? Like that. If I just execute this. Oof. Yeah, I'm realizing that previously I've only loaded the puzzle into the engine to generate the thumbnail. But now I basically just want to load it into the engine to check on its status, basically. Now we can either do this. Now I'm realizing I don't necessarily have to do this automatic removal, right? What if somebody starts over, it's up to them to dismiss solve puzzles. They just might have to press, you know, they've cleared the data. Maybe they have to just press a bunch of times, right? And maybe there's a special button, hey, automatically remove solve puzzles or something, right? As a separate step. For now, let's not do the auto skip because we obviously cannot. Not reliably at any rate, right? What we could do is we could add the completed flag to the data. So we could say puzzle data dot is completed equals this, right? So we could do this, and then at the end we could clean it up afterwards, right? So at the end of here, load thumbs, right? We could say console.log is completed. This dot puzzles dot map is completed. And then we could just one by one go through these and skip them. So we could find. If I do find like this, find is completed. So we could do if find is completed. If wait, let completed equals this dot find is completed. If completed puzzle. Oop. This is just a maybe. If we have a completed, then we can do this dot skip puzzle completed dot short ID. And in theory, I should be able to just loop that until it's not true anymore. And we should be able to await this. And then we should be able to do this again. We'll just say before and after. And skip puzzle after completed. And we can do while completed. Is it just going to keep going? All right, so that's infinite. That is infinite. Unfortunately. Thankfully, it's async. No, puzzle not found in set. Endless killers. Maybe it's quite fast after all. Okay, I might have to task manage my way out of this one. Ugh. Ugh. There should be a very, very naughty Chrome process that's very, very busy. What good is a task manager in a browser if the task manager is frozen? Like the Windows task manager isn't frozen. But I can also not open this item. Can I kill this one? Thank you. All right. You are gotta be kidding me. Yeah, so I changed the code, but unfortunately, it will refuse to load the fixed version. It will just crash over and over, and it'll just keep insisting on loading the bad files back in, which is so annoying. Can I now have a console back? Yeah, so the console is completely broken, as you can see. Okay, now we're back. All right. So after completed, it's still finding the first one because we're not removing them from the puzzles list. So we don't want to do this for the puzzles. We want to do this for the set. So, all right. So let's just do this like that then. Let set equals puzzle sets 0. Set.current. Because that array gets actually manipulated by skip, while the puzzles array does not get changed by skip puzzle. Right. So we have a set and we have these three guys in there. Right. So set.current. And then what we want to do is set.current.map. And in fact, let's do it here. So set.current.map ID this.get puzzle short ID. And I'm just missing all the things. Short ID, this.get puzzle. In fact, we can just do this, right? Dot find p, or instead of find, we're actually going to map it to this. But then afterwards, we should be able to just find it, right? Candidate undefined of reading find or map. Wait. 166 set. What's going wrong here? 166 puzzles.find. Set.current. All right. Set.current. Let's go one step at a time. Set.current.map. Set.get puzzle. Yeah, I don't think I can do this. Because of the I would need to bind it to this and all that. And I was being lazy and I didn't do that. All right. So let's multi-line this just to, you know, improve clarity, remind ourselves what we're actually doing here. Right. Does that work? Yeah. True, false, false. Right. If we do the find here, what does it find us? Does it find us the puzzle data? Yes, but limit to the ones that are in this.current. So this should work, right? So if we do now this here, and then we'll do that again here, here, if for let I equals 0, I smaller than 10, I plus plus, our safety net instead of a while, if completed equals if not completed break. Boom. So that should skip through a couple of these. For missing after argument list, if not completed break. Line 508. 508. Oh, don't care right now. Don't care about any of these actually. Boom, boom. And that one is not completed because it's broken. So it'll keep removing them So what we really would need to do is we would need to hide the whole thing while that's happening, because otherwise it's just looks silly, right? But now, if I close this one, it doesn't do this, right? So, but we can add that back in under handle skip. Ah. All right, we have to decide, or yeah, you guys do it. I need to decide exactly when I want to do this cleanup operation. I might not want to do this here. Because now if I do it recursively, every time we skip a puzzle, we might have to skip the next one as well. So really, we want to only skip in one place, which is down here. But at that point, I screw up something else. Because we're in the middle of loading, right? So we're interrupting the whole loading mechanism. And the loading mechanism is not robust yet. I'd like to make it more robust. The problem is I both want to make each individual puzzle, load puzzle, parse puzzle, create thumbnail, that sequence independent, but I also need kind of globally to know something about this whole thing happening, right? So it's a little bit... All right. So we are on killer start. I mean, I'm not too worried about maybe just not doing this automatically, right? So the idea would also be that, hey, if I skip this... Well, it's not just this, actually. It's about detecting when I finished a puzzle, right? So if we close this and I check, and it says you've solved the puzzle, this should trigger an event, and that's really what I care about. Does it, though? Does it trigger an event? So if I press this, right? You solved the puzzle. Now, if I put in a digit... You solved the puzzle. So you solved the puzzle is correct. Type correct. Get dialog parts correct. Show puzzle as errors. Dialog type as solution correct. If as solution show puzzle no errors. Show puzzle no errors dialog. Does that trigger? Dialog no errors. It does trigger an event, and we have used it before, so we can use this to guide us. Replay save. On dialog no errors. Handle dialog solved. Oh yeah, that's what we're using it for. Solved and no errors. We want both of these. So if I'm adding these in here, and this would be on init then. On init. Up here. On init. And we do a const app frame. All right. Well, this is just this. So test, right? Handle puzzle solved. E dot handle puzzle solved. John. So I'm curious if that actually triggers immediately before it even opens the rest. This .test is not a function. Function. And puzzle start. Const. And puzzle start. Handle puzzle start. Handle puzzle solved. Handle puzzle solved. Thing is, handle puzzle solved. At this point, we don't actually care about yet. Oh. Care about it at this point. So handle puzzle solved. What? Let get puzzle ID. Let puzzle ID equals get puzzle ID. I just want to see what kind of information we're getting here. Because we also want to look at current puzzle ID, which we saved down here. And I need to name these all sensible things, because right now they're not being named sensible things. So these two should match, right? So if I go here... Oh, I broke it. So I go back here. Yeah. So if I delete this and I put in a 6, it should get these. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So this puzzle, the current puzzle is solved now. So we kind of need to find the puzzle set that this is in. So this dot puzzle sets, and then for a sync, no, for a wait. Nope. For a wait. For a wait off. So for wait. For a wait const set off. Console.log set.current. So then we want to go for each set. Nope, not refreshing this one. For each set, we want to loop through all the puzzles. What did I break? Reserved word for await const set off. 1, 3, 4. In the end, for await off. For await const num off. For await const set off this puzzle sets. For await, since we sync. For const set. Is set the reserved word? At unexpected reserved word. 6. Okay, so that's asyncing through the sets, and then we'll want to do for await const puzzle data off set dot current, right? So data dot short ID. Boom. And 6 and then 6. Boom. Puzzle data set for each short ID. Yeah. Okay. All right. So then for each of these short IDs, we check if this matches our current, or more different. Because there can only be one, we should be able to do something like find index off puzzle ID. So in this case, this puzzle ID should match what's in here. And if it doesn't, it's not this puzzle, right? So if I do this and then this, we should be able to just do so. If not equal to -1, await this dot skip puzzle ID, right? So 6 and 6. Reading remove. Can I continue doing all the other stuff? But not right now. I don't have a way of reopening the dialogue then. All right, so we need to do it in the background, basically. Remove it from the ongoing data. So here now it gets to actually managing the data. We do kind of have to do some data management in the background. All right. So instead of this one, console.warn, warn, endless, remove current puzzle ID. All right, so it should just output that. And once again, I've missed something. All right, there needs to be a bunch of boring admin work, and basically I have to build the persistence layer now. You know, remove, so we want to remove that, and then if we reopening this, and I need to decide how I'm going to open it, we're back here. Okay, to finish this session off, I'm going to play the daily puzzle, and I'm going to play one of these. Even though I've played these before. So, it's gonna also, I have to figure out exactly how I'm gonna launch into this thing. And so far, I've always managed to have the puzzle not actually be on the stream. Maybe I can do better today. These are actually slightly harder. I find these a little bit harder than the gas puzzles, actually. So some people might like that. Personally, I don't know if I like it. Of course, because they're being computer generated also, the slight increase in hardness doesn't necessarily translate in a more interesting puzzle, which is the real problem, right? It is what it is, right? They're computer generated. That's why we, as a community, don't like these that much. That's 35, so these two need to be 10. So this can't be a 5. So this can be an 8 or 9 or a 6. And if this is a 13, that can be a 4, a 5, or a 7. This is a 6, 7, 8, 9. And some of these are better than others. So this also will be a platform for testing things like user rankings and things like that. I think that'll be very interesting. If we can kind of filter out the chaff and the flares. No, that's the fighter aircraft. Never mind. 25, 35, 37. So these two are 8. That's very interesting. That's 35. These are 10. We already established that. Wait, if these are 10, then these are 9. 7, 2, and 4, 5, 5. Okay, all right. Can we eliminate any of these? Like 4, 5, for example? So these are either 4, 5 or 7, 2. So if we have 7 and 5 somewhere, or 2 and 5. So this, for example, is no longer an option. Right. So 7, 2, or 4, 5. So 2 and 4, 7 and 5, 7 and 4. None of these are options, right? For the 14 cage. If this is a 7, 2, this would be a 7, 8. Sorry, this would be a 6, 9. So 2, 6 shouldn't be possible either. 5, 6. If this is a 5, 6, this is a 2, 7. 6 and 7 are taken out. So that's not an option either. Ooh, that's now we're getting interesting here. So we know that these don't have 8 or 9. So this needs to have an 8 or 9. So that's not an option anymore either. So now we have a 1 or a 2. 1, 3. So something that takes out 1 and 4 is also not an option. 1 and 6. 1 and 2, 3, 1, 5. 2, 7. If this is a 2, 7, so that would be 1, 5, 8. So 7, 8 is gone. 5 is gone. 2 is gone. 2, 7. This is not even limited yet. 2, 7. This is 6, 9. So this would be 3, 4. 2, 7. 1, 5, 8. 6, 9. All right. And if this is 4, 5, this becomes 1, 6. This becomes 7, 8. This becomes 2, 3, 9. Okay, yeah, so these are our options. We have reduced them, but we have not really won this box yet. All right, no 8, 9s here. 8 here, not super useful. No 8, 9s in this one. Don't know if that's useful yet. Let's put these in. 3, 5, 8, 9. No 7. Ah, so 7 is here. This is a 7. This is a 7. This is a 4, 5. And then this would be 2, 3, 9. This is 7, 4, 5, 2, 3, 9. And 1, 6 here. If this is the 7, that's the 2. No 2 here. 1, 5, 8. 6, 9. And 3, 4. Yeah. Alright, 8s are here or here. No, same with the 9s. Aye. Alright. It's got an 8 or 9, 7, 8 or 9, 5. But wait, is there any overlaps? No, not between 12 and 14. 11 and 5, 6, or 6. No, it's too many options. 11. Anything 6 and 7? No. Exclusions there? No, not really. Can calculate this. 16 plus 21 is 37. So that's an 8. That's a 3. So no 8 here. Ooh. 3, 4 gone. I think that resolves this cage then. Right? Because that takes a 7 out of here. 2 out of there. So that's 4, 5 now. This cannot be 5 or 8. Or 1. So that's 2, 3, 9. And then this being 4 or 5. Means that can be 4. And this cannot be 6. And then 2, 3, 9 takes this one out. And this one. And this one. So that's 4, 5, 7, 8. And this one is 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 2, 3, 9, 4, 5, 6, 5, 7. Yeah, this can't be 5, 7. So this is 4, 8. Because then this wouldn't have a valid value, right? And now we're missing 1 and 7. So that's a 1, 7 straight up. Which limits 1 here and 7 here, which makes this a 4, 6. Alright, making progress. This is a 9 or a 3. Okay. 4, 6 is out of these cages in the box. No 6, no 4. Makes this a 2, 7. Takes a 7 and the 2 out of here, which makes this a 1, 3, 8. And that leaves only 5, 7, and 9. Nope, 5 and 9 here. Okay. Which means this can no longer be 9, 6. And that's not an 8 now. That's the 8. 2 is gone from here. 7, 8 here. No 5s here. This now has to... no 6, 8 here because of that 4, 8 up here. So no 5 here. It's a 2, 7, 2, 4 here, sorry. 2, 4, 8. No 4s, so that's the 8. Moves the 8 to here. And the final digit in column 9 is 6. And that's a 1, 3 here. And the remaining digits are 5, 7, and 9. And that's not a 7. 5, 9, 5, 9. That's a 3. That's a 1. 5, 9, 4, 6, 1, 7. What are we missing? 2. 2, 5, 4. I'm looking at the options in the killer calculator there. It's got a 9 in it. And we're missing a 3 and a 6. 3, 6, 9. No 9s here. 9 goes there. Okay. 6 and 9 gone from here. 7, 8 on the vertical. So that's a 4, 6 because the 9 is taken here and the 7, 8 are taken here. 4, 6 makes this a 2 and a 4. That resolves a couple of digits. That's a 1, 6. Only option left. Resolves these, and this one is a 2. Makes this a 5. 2, 5. No 5 here. No 8 here either, which makes it a 3, 9. And that's the 3, and that's the 9. It's the 8. 5, 4, 2. 7, 8. 7, 8. 9, 8. 1, 4. 7, 8. No 9 here. 9, 5, 1, 6, 1, 7, 3, 8. All over the place over there. Oops, 6. Resolved. And that's a 2, a 5, or a 7. 2, 7, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Alright. 1, 3, that makes this 7 or 9, same as above. Oh, but here the 7 is not an option. And that resolves a bunch of stuff up here. In fact, that's probably going to resolve most of the top area here. Like that. This is a 9, and these two are 1 and 4. The orders available. Here we're missing a 2. These two are 5, 6, 7. These two are 2, 8, 9. Okay. We have an 8 here and a 2. And that makes this the 9. That's the 2. And this is a 4. Alright. And the bottom row is missing a 5 and 9, I believe. And then this has gotta be a 3. And a 1 here. 6 here, 1 here, 7 here. 5, 7, 6, and 5. Sweet. And while I'm at it, let's do the daily Sudoku as well. That one's just for me. Alright. And we're obviously gonna do this on beta. And we're gonna create a new short URL to test that feature, because that's really an important big feature that's also needed for the endless puzzles feature. So these are all kind of interconnected. And also there's rules apply. Gradations or clones must contain identity. Okay, so clone puzzles is basically all about this, like which digits does this see, but also this at the same time, right? So we'll see 1, 2, we don't see 3, we see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we don't see 9. So then that greatly reduces which digits can be in a particular spot. And that's kind of where we want to get to. So we don't see 1, we see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not 7, not 8, but we do see 9, right? Let's do it for the bottom one. So this one sees 1, oh, this one sees 1, 2, 3. This one sees 6 and 9. So we don't, oh, 4, 5, it sees in the row. I didn't even see that. So 7 and 8 are only options, okay? And then over here, we see 7, 8 here, 4, 5 here. So 1, 3, 2 we see over here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So only 1 and 3. Before I continue, there might be just some basic, yeah, so you see, for example, that places the 2. Some basic Sudoku we can do. So we know there's no 3s here in that whole row. 4s, a whole bunch of 4s. So that can't be a 4, so the 4's here. 4's here. And 4's here and here. 5's here or here, but the central one could still be a 5. 6's, could this be a 6? No. So 6 goes here. So the clone zones, just the clone regions, just give us so much more information. 6 is here, not super useful. 7's up here. Is it worth marking? Don't know. Doesn't feel like it. 8's. So none of these can be 8's. None of these can be 8's. Could this one be 8? Yeah. So these can be 8's. That's a little bit interesting. 9's. I think there's a bunch of 9's actually. So this can't be a... Oop, marked in 0's. These two can be 9's. But other than that, we have quite a bit in this column now. So let's do this one next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Well, these aren't available. 9 is not available. So this is a 7. Oop. And that takes a 7 out of here, puts an 8 in it, which forces this to be a 1. So now vertically here, in this column, it's only 3 and 5. And that can't be a 3. So that's our 5. That's our 3. That's not an 8. So the 8 is here. Which puts the 9 here. 8, 9. No, 8, 9. Alright. A lot of 8's done. Right, 9's. 9 goes here. Here, here. Here. Which displaces the 8. I think I might have just too quickly, yes, because I marked 2 8s here. Cool. Right, so 9 here. I think we're done with the 9s, right? Now in the clone regions, what do we have left? 1, 2, 3, I guess. No 2 here, so that's a 1, 3 pair. The 2 here, 1, 3 pair with a 6, 7 pair over here, which are resolved. All right, we're basically in the home stretch now. All right, all 1s. 1s, 1s, 1s. 1, 3, 5. That. Oh, that does resolve these 2. And then up here we have 5 and 8, which are also resolved. Sorry? Okay, I'm in the last 5 minutes. Right, done, done. 3, 7. Oh. Yeah, 2. 2 in a cell. 2 in a box. I think we can do that. 2 in a row. We can do that. 1 and... Yes, indeed. The pie is ready and it smells delicious. So guys, we gotta get a move on here. 2, 3, 5. All right. 3, 1, 5. Oh, 3 in a corner. Look at that. 1 and 7. All right. 2, 3. 5, 2, 3. What are these 2? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. 7, 4, 4. 2, 3, 6. There we go. And 5. Finally, a 2. All right, 5 minutes 41. Does that get us in the par? Yes, it does. All right, just reading the note by on this puzzle. All right, E. I am afraid I cannot pronounce your name, but thanks for the cheers. All right, that's the end of the stream. Time for dinner for me, and let's hope that Endless Puzzles gets into the app soon, because I need to get on with it. So much stuff to do. But I'm happy with the progress we made today. I like the interface. It's a first step in the right direction, and I think I can see this going live just sort of as a hidden feature for people to discover and be tested and all that stuff very, very quickly, like within the next couple of days. So that's it. Thanks for watching. Take care. If you want to support me, usual places, patreon.com/SvenCodes. Buy the apps. The update will happen any day now. I'm working on it. And the price will go up. So if you want to get it at the ridiculously low price that is right now, which is like $2.50 or $3 in various places, get it now. It'll probably go up to around at least $5 in most localities. It's just gotta be, gotta pay the bills. That's it. Take care. Have a good day, and bye bye.